Hello, dear colleagues and friends. It is a great pleasure to welcome you to this webinar seminar on Western Mediterranean transport and logistics sector in the post-COVID era, seizing new opportunities, accelerating transitions. As you know, this was due to be a presential seminar to be held in Malta today and tomorrow. But the present current circumstances during the pandemics has forced us at the last minute almost to change it into online event. But I know of the extreme importance of the subject and the high interest it has aroused among the experts, governments, and all other interested participants and audience. And so let me start by thanking the Maltese authorities, and especially Minister Borg, whom I salute, and Director General Mailak, for all the support they have given us. First, to prepare for the having a real event in Malta, then to shift to this online way to conduct it, and keeping all the interest in the operation. I think, and I hope that we will be able to meet in person pretty soon to continue the cooperation in this way with all participants. And I especially have to thank as well the CETMO, the Center for Transport and Logistical Studies in the Western Mediterranean. And we have been working together with them from the European Institute of the Mediterranean and the CETMO for many years, because they are the true specialists among us on these issues. So it is with great pleasure that in this occasion we continue to work together to this end. And you know, the Medthink 5+5 network was established in 2016 following the specific mandate and recommendation established by the final declaration of the summit of states, heads of state and government of the 5+5 dialogue, precisely held in Malta in 2012. And so following that mandate, we organized that network of think tanks and public diplomacy institute to provide academic follow-up and joint efforts to strengthen and develop the multilateral meetings of the 5+5 dialogue. In this context, we take advantage in this occasion today to organize this seminar in connection with the ministerial conference, the 10th Conference of Ministers of Transport of the 5+5 dialogue that was due to take place on Wednesday, 6th October in Malta. And this seminar could not be more timely now than ever, because you know that logistic and transport sectors have been very hard hit by the pandemic because of the restrictions on mobility, because of the drastic reduction of international trade and tourism, with skyrocketing costs of certain types of transport, especially in maritime and air transport. And out of this has developed, as you all know, this new developments, these new dynamics in the value chain reorganization in international trade. And we have seen in the past months a sharp decrease in traffic on certain trade routes, especially long routes, and shifts very appreciable, of which we are now recovering, fortunately, in the tourism industry. In this sense, of course, cooperation and dialogue among members of the 5+5 network is more necessary than ever, because we know in which direction the solutions lie, because we know that there is a very big and increasingly important revolution in the digitalization and environmental issues. So the digital and the green revolution is, we could say, the flagship of this multilateral cooperation. And we have to take advantage of the new technologies to move toward decarbonization in the transportation systems, creating a more integrated, connected, and resilient Western Mediterranean transport and logistical sectors. And so this digital modernization in this specific sector, we are sure that would trigger the development of new business models, fostering innovation, sustainability, and finally growth and regional integration and co-development in Western Mediterranean. So it is with great pleasure that we organized with our partners this seminar, and it is with great pleasure that I give the floor to our keynote speaker, who's Minister Ian Borg. But first of all, if you allow me, I would pass the floor to Mr. Pere Pedrosa, who is the president of the CETMO Foundation, and then we will follow with the keynote speaker. So, Mr. Pere Pedrosa, you have the floor. Audio.
¿Me escuchan ahora?
Sí.
Sí, de acuerdo. Je veux bien m'adresser en français. Monsieur le Président, merci de toute façon d'être ici aujourd'hui comme secrétariat de le groupe 5+5 et de congratuler la Malte comme pays qui va prendre la présidence en la sortant de la Mauritanie. Donc, depuis ça, comme vous aviez dit, Monsieur le Président, c'était un but très grand de réagir maintenant tous les reptes que nous avons en face de nous. Nous avons divers piliers qui nous amènent à prendre ce qui les CETMO avaient été créés et pourquoi. Donc, de renforcer la connaissance du transport et du secteur du transport dans la Méditerranée occidentale, des pays riverains de la Méditerranée occidentale. Donc, il faut ajouter l'organisation, toute la connaissance que nous avons et la mettre sur place pour donner la plus bonne collaboration à tous les pays qui en forment part et de celui qu'on a besoin de faire pour réagir tous les buts que nous avons en face de nous maintenant. Vous savez que c'est pas mal depuis les Covid-19 qu'on a dû nous confiner d'un côté et d'arrêter presque mondialement l'économie de tous les pays du monde. C'est pas une question facile. On l'a fait, mais c'est pas facile de dire, comme vous le savez. Ce que nous avons en face de nous maintenant, c'est le rêve de réagir, de réorganiser et de renouveler nos activités économiques, mais en plus, nous avons l'opportunité donc de faire le plus que possible pour réagir et faire un pas double s'il le faut à l'avant. On a eu l'opportunité maintenant de nous mettre sur place avec toutes les connaissances que cependant, on a eu tout le monde le temps de penser un peu, même que d'essayer de renforcer le bien-être des citoyens. Depuis cela, vous savez qu'on a les 4 piliers qu'on appelle dans l'Union européenne, mais que ce sont des piliers au niveau global. Donc, le pilier qu'il a bien dit déjà, donc le président, la digitalisation. Après ça, nous avons la transition énergétique, les infrastructures pour mener tout le secteur du transport au Transmaghreb, bien sûr, ce qui nous amène maintenant comme une grande partie des connaissances et de mettre sur place toutes les études qu'on est en train de faire, bien sûr. On a aussi de même le bien-être des chauffeurs et de tous les membres du secteur qui travaillent donc dans des conditions que la plupart du temps, ce ne sont pas des conditions normales pour tout le monde, ce sont des conditions qui sont dures, qui sont extrêmement dures. La route, c'est toujours, il y a donc des soucis à battre pour les chauffeurs qui soient professionnels. Il faut aboutir dans les infrastructures pour qu'il y ait bien sur le train la multimodalité avec la route et pourquoi pas même avec les ports. D'essayer de réagir la meilleure façon de donner 3 questions. Une bonne économie au secteur pour se bien gagner la vie, autrement d'être concurrent et compétitif pour que nos clients donc soient bien avec un service qui est de grande valeur ajoutée et troisièmement que le pays puisse avoir la connaissance suffisante pour leur donner à vos pays la connaissance de faire les infrastructures qui ont besoin pour mettre sur place toute la question du secteur. C'est pas facile de dire ça et en plus de nous poser la question. La question, c'est de dire qu'est-ce qu'on va faire pendant l'après-Covid, que nous y sommes aux portes maintenant. Qu'est-ce qu'on va penser? Donc, vous voyez que maintenant, ce séminaire, c'est presque unilatéral à dire le post-Covid, à quoi va servir? Ça sera une opportunité où nous allons nous arrêter et perdre un pas devant nous. Il faut réagir. Il faut avoir l'opportunité. Il faut étudier. Il faut que nous soyons des bons étudiants maintenant pour faire le plus que possible pour essayer d'avancer comme je viens de dire. C'est pour ça que je pense que ce séminaire-là, la conférence ministre et tous les entretiens qu'on aura, même pas qu'on a eu l'opportunité, parce qu'on le fait donc télématiquement la plupart de cette séance, donc d'agréer à la Malte de faire ces conférences ministérielles avec le séminaire, mais en plus d'essayer de pouvoir le faire télématiquement dû au Covid. Donc, je pense que si on est d'accord à qu'on va pouvoir faire tout ça télématiquement, la plupart, au moins globalement comme on le fait maintenant, nous serons aussi avec une mentalité très ouverte pour dire que les études, les conclusions des séances du séminaire et les conclusions de la conférence ministérielle vont nous donner l'opportunité de dire OK, on y va, on avance, on va bien faire tout ce qu'il faut pour essayer d'investir. Et nous, comme CETMO, même que depuis l'IEMed, depuis qui on lui donne, donc aussi on leur remercie d'être nous ensemble dans cette séance conférence ministérielle, donc d'essayer d'aboutir les conclusions. Donc, je pense que ça sera 3 jours de bon travail, de bonnes conclusions, de bien faire et d'essayer toujours que ces conclusions soient claires, soient plates et soient faisables. Ça, c'est la plupart des choses qu'on a besoin. Si les conclusions sont faisables, on avancera. Merci bien de m'écouter et merci bien de voir cette séance comme une opportunité. Donc, d'après ça, je donnerai la parole, s'il vous plaît, au Monsieur le ministre, Sa Excellence, Monsieur Borg. Monsieur Borg, s'il vous plaît, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you, Executive President, IEMed, President CETMO, and ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. It is indeed an honor to be given this opportunity to kick off this important event. What should have been a speech welcoming you all to Malta has unfortunately, due to the still lingering COVID-19 related travel restrictions, now been reduced to directly and efficiently going straight to the point of this meeting. But I still like to thank our team, together with your respective secretariat and all the delegations, for the hard work they did in order to have the meeting carried out in person. But unfortunately, it turned out to be now a completely virtual event, which is in itself a reflection not only of the pandemic measures our societies and our transport systems are still going through, but also opportunities provided by technology for us to nevertheless connect and discuss the issues of common interest to all of us. The last 20 months have presented governments, regulatory authorities, operators, and our societies with serious challenges. Our very way of doing business, way of living, was completely overhauled. And indeed, in all of this, our experience in Malta has been that while mobility of persons came almost to a standstill, the logistic operations of freight have stood the test, providing urgently needed medication and supplies in general. This does not mean that this was the case everywhere, and that there was no fine tuning in our operations to enable the continuation of freight movements. On the contrary, there was a 35 to 40% drop in cargo handled by ports in the Mediterranean as a result of substantial reduction of the main line carriers. Other changes, such as drastic increase in mass online purchasing also created the demand for more short sea services. These changes brought about the need for more efficient logistics as the need for intermodal links between producer and consumer became now more pressing. We now have the opportunity to examine these supply chains and identify the weakest links in order that these may be addressed, as it is likely that acquired consumer patterns are here to stay also post-COVID, post-pandemic. Of course, there is no doubt that the aviation sector, so important for our connectivity and mobility of persons, not least tourism, was the worst hit by pandemic, seeing circa 60% reduction in passengers, with airlines, airports, and air navigation service providers suffering staggering financial losses running into billions of euros and also redundancies. At the stage, while we are all trying to instill passenger confidence, it is important to also ensure that this important sector also addresses its sustainability. Further improvements in air navigation in our region, as well as the use of sustainable aviation fuels and the use of airside electricity to standstill aircraft, seem to provide such possibilities. Definitely, the transport sector was undergoing drastic transition even prior to the pandemic. Digitalization and the decarbonization processes, as already mentioned in your respective introductions, are well underway. And our region, of course, now more than ever, needs to ensure that these processes are managed rather than stifled, thereby providing our economies with the impetus for recovery, while at the same time incorporating these important transitions. In the process, we are of course working also in a global context. We would not be doing ourselves any good if we were not to take into consideration developments at a European and international level. At a European level, the so-called Fit for 55 package of measures adopted by the European Commission in June aims to make Europe's energy, climate, transport, and taxation policies fit for reducing net greenhouse gas emissions by at least 55% by 2030 compared to the levels of 1990 in order to reach the neutrality by 2050. At an international level, both the ICAO and IMO are also adopting global standards in an effort to reduce emissions from transport at a global level. There is no doubt that both aviation and shipping largely depend on the uniformity of regulatory measures, and Malta, in this respect, totally supports the global coordination. It is in this context that tomorrow Malta starts its 2-year presidency of the GTMO 5+5 transport, for which we have chosen the theme enhancing connectivity with GTMO African countries within the European framework. During this period, the valuable work of both IEMed and CETMO will be crucial in guiding us to achieve good results as the transport and logistics sectors in the Mediterranean transitions out of the COVID crisis, more efficient, more resilient, and better equipped to contribute to the emission reductions to address climate issues also in our region. This important transition at such a crucial time, when we can still appreciate the effects of setbacks or unexpected scenarios, such as the pandemic, in such an important sector as is transport for our region, deserves to be analyzed so as to enable us to reap new opportunities as well as accelerate these processes. Of course, although we are talking about transport, an important driver for our economies, we are also dealing with social impacts and sustainable development. And here it's also important to adopt a bottom-up approach in order to ensure that all voices are heard. May I compliment IEMed and CETMO for coordinating and contributing to the very informative reflections found in the policy study, which provides a number of very informative contributions from different stakeholders in our region. Stability and security are prerequisites. They are prerequisites for our economic and social well-being, and therefore it is paramount that these drastic and much-needed transitions are managed in a way so as to minimize shocks to our economies and hardship to our societies. This is the least our economies and our societies want at this very moment in time. Today, we are being presented with an excellent opportunity to stop, take a stock of the situation, assess the possibilities, and prepare for upcoming scenarios for our region in the West Mediterranean. Of course, we will have different priorities and also some unique solutions and situations. But we are definitely all affected by the pandemic. We all may be or have already been victims of climate change. We all can benefit from new technologies and digital processes. And therefore, the contribution of academics, experts, and other esteemed participants in this event will be instrumental at this point to identify the pitfalls, the opportunities, and the cooperative frameworks and policies that are required to get us through these essential transitions in the West Mediterranean, leaving no one behind. The floor is yours to keep the Mediterranean on track. Thank you.
So thank you very much, Minister Iyenborg. It is a pleasure to have had you as the keynote speaker for this very important seminar.
Pleasure.
And we hope that you will be able to convey the conclusions of the seminar and the conclusions of the joint study that has been conducted by the experts, most of them convened in this seminar, to the ministers that are going to meet in this 5+5 regional framework the day after tomorrow. And so thank you again, and we start the sessions of our seminar. And so I'm pleased to give the floor to Mr. Roger Albiñana, who is the Manager Director of IEMed, and who is the chair and moderator of the first session. So Roger, you have the floor.
Well, thank you very much, Ambassador, and thank you also to President of CETMO and to His Excellency, the Minister Iyenborg, for his presence and his keynote speech today. We begin this first session of this Medthink 5+5 thematic seminar entitled Post-COVID-19 Trends and Scenarios Towards a More Integrated and Connected Western Mediterranean Transport and Logistics Sector. We have among us an outstanding panel, and we truly believe that this exercise, not only of today, but also of tomorrow, as our president was now recalling, can be of great use for the ministerial conference on transport of the 5+5 dialogue, which will take place on Wednesday. As you know, and as it has already been recalled, we were really looking forward to a face-to-face discussion, physical discussion in Malta. And in fact, I would like to thank the Maltese Minister Ministry of Transports for their assistance throughout this process, in particular the team of Director Lucien Melac. But unfortunately, the ongoing restrictions imposed into the mobility across the region have prevented us from meeting in Valletta as we would have wished, hopefully next time and soon. The COVID-19 has exacerbated some of the previous trends in the field of transport and logistics that we had already observed well before. As you all know, infrastructure for transport is a very important enabler of economic integration and development, as it facilitates movement of people, goods, and services across the border, while it also promotes economic diversification. Yet in the Western Mediterranean sub-region, along with the Euro-Mediterranean region, especially among the Southern Mediterranean countries, infrastructure connectivity continues to be still very limited. Despite in recent years, economies in the region have built extensive transport networks, the level of investment is not enough to meet the growing connectivity needs between those countries. In transport, from the screen. So as I was saying, infrastructure connectivity challenges in the region include a lack of multimodal connectivity, over-reliance on roads, and a fragmented port system. The high logistic costs and delays limit participation in global value chains and trade integration, which is an issue that we will assess in today's panel. Other than this, more efficient and potentially environmentally friendly modes of transportation, such as rail or inland waterways, could be a solution for freight traffic, but are currently limited in the region. On the other hand, maritime transport is the main channel for trade across the region. Currently, there is a potential for many ports in southeastern Mediterranean countries to improve their transshipment function to become more competitive and enhance their role as national or regional gateways. Some ports have also become important hubs in the Mediterranean. I'm thinking, for instance, of the Tanger Med in the southern Med, thanks to investments of logistics and infrastructure services, which have enhanced their connectivity with global markets. Moreover, the pandemic is changing the geography of world economic relations with the emergence of a certain trend towards regionalization of globalization, which we could already witness even before the outbreak of the pandemic as a result of the China-US trade war and the slowdown of the Belt and Road Initiative promoted by the People's Republic of China, but which bears at the same time important effects into the Mediterranean region. Yet the Mediterranean Sea, as the Minister was recalling, accounted for nearly 30% of the world's container traffic in 2020. The key question, therefore, lays on whether this regionalization of globalization becomes permanent and structural, and whether the Western Mediterranean sub-region could actually benefit from it by attracting new forms of nearshoring and reshoring, which have occurred in certain parts of Morocco and to a lesser extent in certain parts of Tunisia, but not necessarily in other parts of the southwestern Mediterranean countries. From a theoretical point of view, the lack of infrastructure connectivity in the Western Mediterranean, alongside the lack of proper human capital formation, is a constraint to unleashing the potential that the Maghreb countries can offer. We should not only promote vertical connectivity between Europe and North African countries, but the challenge is how we promote this horizontal connectivity among Maghreb countries themselves that has been insufficient for decades. Nowadays, of course, some will tell me that with the increasing tensions and rivalries between countries in the Western Mediterranean, one could conclude that it is not the right time to promote this horizontal connectivity, this so-called regional integration. But precisely because of this political tension and this political situation, we should strongly advocate greater regional economic integration, and especially now, and I'm saying it. And within this framework, of course, the transport and logistics sectors is a cornerstone and should be strongly advocated. To shed light and discuss these post-COVID trends and scenarios, we have invited an outstanding set of experts that I'm going to present right now. And the first expert that we would like to ask to take the floor is Michael Tan Chum, who is professor at the University of Navarra. Professor Tan Chum teaches international relations and political economy of the MENA region at the University of Navarra in Spain. And he's also a senior fellow at the Austrian Institute for European and Security Policy. Professor Tan Chum, among many other positions. The floor is yours. Let's say for a 10, 12 minutes, right, and then we continue. But in any case, thanks for taking the floor and thanks for being here.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to thank IEMed and CETMO for having me at this conference and also contributing to the volume. I think it is extremely timely and important conference. We're going to zoom in this conference on many, many details. So what I would like to do is zoom out and set the table for the conference. What is at stake? The chairman already alluded to many of my points. I have 6 basic points so that I would like to go to. And what you could say, either we're going to have win-win connectivity, or we're going to have dangerous divides. I would say, you know, we're used to the Western Med being a little sleepy compared to our cousins in the Eastern Mediterranean, but this is, in my opinion, no longer the case. So let me go through my 6 points and you'll understand why. First point is we are in a scramble for Euro-Africa commercial connectivity, commercial corridors to be precise. It's not just about transportation, it is about commercial corridors, and these corridors will shape the geoeconomic architecture of the entire Mediterranean basin, and along with it, its geopolitics. 3 corridors, one that runs north-south, Euro-Africa, from Egypt, for Greece to Egypt, and further south and further north, that is relevant, but not and impacts the Western Med, but it's not our subject today. And then what we're seeing is, prior to COVID, a central Maghreb corridor based in Algeria, Tunisia, and then a more Western or almost Atlantic corridor based in Morocco. I'll return to those in a moment. The second point is that the Mediterranean basin is one single system. We can no longer totally think of the Western Mediterranean as its own isolated area. The Western Mediterranean, Eastern Mediterranean are increasingly interlinked. The crisis in Libya and its interconnections with the crisis that we saw in the Eastern Med in the summer of 2020 just proves that. But take one example is the Turkey, Italy, Tunisia transportation network. It slices across the center of the Mediterranean, running from east to west, and from Izmir to Taranto to Masashlok to Bizerte, right? And this is operated by Yilport, the Turkish operator, who bought a controlling interest in Taranto, and then prior to that in Malta, and then its TerMed service is serviced by CMA CGM. So, so right away, we see that these areas are connected. Turkey also operates the ports of Portugal's coast and the western coast of Spain, just to mention one example. We can talk about many cross-cutting examples. And I think, just as an aside, there's a lot of hope and opportunity in those cross-cutting connections. So point number 3 is that not only is the Mediterranean one regional system, the Mediterranean basin is the hub of also interregional connectivity, the Middle East to Europe, Europe to Africa, Middle East, Africa. So, and this not only involves the Mediterranean countries, it's Turkey is an Eastern Mediterranean country, Egypt, Eastern Mediterranean country, but also non-Mediterranean actors, most notably China, the United Arab Emirates, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, but also others. So we need to have this whole picture in mind. So the 4th point, which is extremely important and relates to my first and last points, is value-added production and manufacturing value chains. How do you get commercial corridors? Commercial corridors only emerge when you have large-scale infrastructure investments in port and rail that are anchored in a manufacturing value chain. And that's what we've seen in Morocco, for example. Morocco built the Tangier Med port, as was alluded to before, and the Al Barak high-speed train, Africa's first high-speed train. And because of that, Morocco has emerged as Africa's leading automotive power, automotive manufacturing power. In 2019, it surpassed South Africa. It's primarily because of the Renault and Peugeot plants. But it's not just Renault and Peugeot. Those plants are serviced by the factories, the local factories in Morocco of 200 other global companies. So Morocco has the capacity to send out 700,000 cars a year. Before COVID-19, every day, 6 carloads along the railroad from the Renault factory left Tangier Med port. So now what's interesting about that is China invested heavily, China Merchants Group invested heavily in the Tangier Med port, but Morocco is shipping Moroccan-made European vehicles, not Chinese vehicles, to international markets, which shows the importance of value chains, manufacturing value chains based in value-added production to create these corridors. In fact, CITIC, Citic Die-Castel, a global leader in aluminum component parts for automobiles, actually built a $400 million factory near Peugeot's factory in Kenitra to supply 6 million components to Peugeot. So this builds on itself. So we all know that, as the chairman said, prior to COVID-19, there was already a process of regionalization and nearshoring, and this is now accelerated. So and the supply crunches that we're seeing now further accelerated. I don't have to tell everyone here that there's a huge semiconductor supply crunch that as Stellantis production dropped 20%. ST Microelectronics added a new production line in Morocco, and specifically for Tesla, which for electric vehicles. Then Renault signed a contract with them. And now, a few weeks ago, Peugeot's sister company, another company of Stellantis, Opel, announced that they're going to start manufacturing electric cars, the first in North Africa electric car production. So we see how this builds on itself. And then you could take another example. Turkey is the largest foreign employer in Algeria with steel production, textile production. And that's further linked to Turkey's factories in Senegal. And then those factories in Senegal, at least the iron steel works in Senegal and Algeria, are now supplied by Turkey's operations in Angola, supplied with iron ore. So we can point to several interesting examples. And that brings me to my 5th point, that of this Euro-Africa connectivity, the prize on many actors' minds is sub-Saharan Africa. So when we're thinking about Western Africa, We have to think about the connectivity further south. As Africa as a whole, 42% of all young people today live in Africa. If we think about where the labor pools are going to be, where the future markets are going to be, is going to be in Africa. By 2025 alone, Africa will have over 100 cities with over 1 million inhabitants. That will be 1/3 more than Europe. So these value chains have to be thought of going south. I mentioned Opel, which is producing a two-seater or an upgraded version of the Citroën Ami. Well, Nigeria has a driving population of 99 million people. So you could see this further south. Turkey is looking at furniture marketing. You know, Turkey is the 5th largest. Germany is 3rd, Poland is 2nd, China is 1st. So this can either go by sea, and in which case Dakar is key connectivity because of the road connectivity, the Trans-African Highway. Or we're looking at, if there's no rail, then the Trans-African Highway potentially from Algiers. And so that's where you get this alternative corridor. And then what the 6th point is, either we're going to have win-win connectivity, and this is where Europe really needs to step up with its North African partners, or dangerous divides will be entrenched. The Al Barak Railroad was built by France and Morocco, but the rest of the funding came from 4 Arab Gulf countries. So if European partners don't work together and work with their North African partners, then both Europe itself, the Southern European countries, as well as North Africa will be split. We all know that China is building the Hamdaniya port in Algeria whenever it's going to be built, and there's talk of Enfida in Tunisia. So the danger is north-south silos, or they're stovepiped, and that these will compete. Now, this brings up the tension in the Western Sahara region, which Morocco claims sovereignty over. If, as the chairman said, we don't create connectivity, but not just the railroads or this, it has to be production between these countries, that these dangerous divides will be entrenched, and from our European partners, Europe will be divided. We've already seen trouble between Spain and Morocco, trouble between France and Algeria this week with France, a few weeks ago, starting with Spain. So transportation has to be thought of in conjunction with production and manufacturing value chains. And also, as we've said before, sustainability. And this is where I think the European Green Deal needs a very big rethink. I wrote a commentary last week on this, and I'll be publishing a report in October. The European Green Deal is the closest thing Europe has to a Marshall Plan, and it should be used to create new green innovation economies with the transportation systems, and that includes digital. And my purview wasn't digital today, but I would mention one thing. To go from 3G to 4G requires 47% more power. Each base station requires, excuse me, I made a mistake, 47% more power. But to then go from 4G to 5G, which is where the Internet of Things is, where that requires 62% more power. Now, where is that power going to come from? Even in Benin, for example, when Ericsson wanted to upgrade from 2G to 3G, they made the base stations very low power so they can be run on solar power, because they didn't want to use diesel fuel, light fuel oil, LFO generators. So immediately green energy and connectivity are interconnected in more ways than I have time to explain now or go into. But that also has to be essential element. But I think through doing this with Europe, working in a win-win way with its North African partners, both for these North-South connections and for the East-West connections, you can overcome the dangerous divides and create a win-win prosperity on a green innovation economy. If we don't, if Europe doesn't partner well, there will be other partners that will represent different values and will not necessarily have the Western Mediterranean's interests in heart. So I think did I use up too much time, Mr. Chairman? Okay, so I will pause it right there and I can fill out with more details during the questions and answers.
Well, thank you very much, Professor Tanchum, for such a comprehensive presentation. I will retain this idea of win-win connectivity versus dangerous divide. We often in the academia, we use future scenarios, and we normally describe the status quo scenario, the current scenario, at least when it comes to regional economic integration, as a red scenario, because not much progress in terms of real regional integration has taken place in the last 20 years, unfortunately, and therefore a scenario that is closer to this dangerous divide scenario that you were describing, rather than the win-win connectivity scenario that is the scenario that we aim at. I'm sure that we will have time to discuss about this idea that prior to the COVID, we were already witnessing a certain regionalization trend with more regional value chains being established, being created, because here, depending on the country, you also see a very asymmetric outcome and result. But without further ado, I would like now to pass the floor into our next speaker, Jérôme Berny. By the way, you know that you can also speak French and you can also use the translation interpretation function. But Jérôme Berny, he's a professor of supply chain management at Neoma Business School, and he's also the founder and scientific director of the MOBIS Institute for Innovative Transport and Logistic Research at the same university, Neoma Business School. So Dr. Berny, it's a pleasure to have you on board again, and the floor is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Roger. Dear Ambassador and President of IEMed, Mr. Florenza, dear Excellence, Mr. Jan Bjork, and dear President of CETMO, Mr. Padrosa, I'm glad to be here with you. So, dear colleagues, let me introduce my contribution to share with you the state of the art of our research. I don't know if I can share my screen. Yes. So I would like to introduce my contribution. My contribution deals with maritime network and economic development in the Western Mediterranean countries. So it will be in three parts. The first part deals with the implication of China's Belt and Road Initiative on Mediterranean trade and maritime hubs. The second part will focus on our subject, the COVID-19 and its effect on maritime transport in the Western Mediterranean countries. And the third part will be on the recommendation and the role of digitalization on processes and ports performance. So in the Mediterranean, the value chains have seen an increase in their dynamics thanks to the consolidated economic maritime supported by infrastructural initiatives and investment aimed to commercial growth. The maritime trade containers flows in the Mediterranean is key to the development of the region. The Belt and Road Initiative seeks to expand its trade network through the modernization of existing land and maritime transport networks. So The impact of the Belt and Road Initiative has been investigated from the point of view of economic and political strategy. And we try to develop a different analysis around the port polarization in the Mediterranean Sea, a comparison of the evolution of the port ranking and the port connectivity with China. So if I speak about the context of the Belt and Road Initiative, using TEU movement datasets and the analysis of port trade flow dynamics, the Belt and Road Initiative can be framed from a maritime infrastructure connectivity perspective. The Belt and Road Initiative has regional repercussions on the port system, determining a differentiation characterized by the attraction of economic flows and port development prospects. In 2017, the Mediterranean area was affected by the crossing of approximately 100 million TEUs compared to approximately 80 million TEU in 2008. So an increase of 18%. Best strategies related to the Belt and Road Initiative have involved investment in existing ports, connectivity to major shipping routes, and interland connectivity. So if I can just share with you a map. So you can see here the COSCO's position as port user. COSCO shipping is not the first position in any of the ports of Mediterranean. Within the Mediterranean region, the Chinese company is the third overall behind APM Maersk and MSC, that you well know. The only port where COSCO is the main stakeholder and the flow of container is in Piraeus, in Greece. So this is due to the investment made in developing and controlling port operations. And so we try to understand for different ports, for different countries, the Chinese investors and the terms of transaction. And we can, if I can see you another map here. I'm sorry, it's not in full screen. Yes. So Chinese enterprise have been involved in the construction, operations, and joint venture of more than 80 port projects worldwide. The pattern of Chinese port investment underlines key focus areas, and those investments are likely preceding trade concerning Belt and Road Initiative land connectivity. So the connectivity between Mediterranean ports and China is very, very strong. The connectivity of Spanish ports with China was 77 points before the Belt and Road Initiative. And in 2019, connectivity improved to a factor of 84. It was 77 before the Belt and Road Initiative, and in 2019, it was 84 points, a growth of 8%, thanks to COSCO investment. The general rule for the west of the country is a considerable increase in connectivity with China. So you can see here another map. So it's the annual port ranking between 2005 and 2019. I can see two main points. The first is a variation of in the number of TEUs moved per port per year, and the second is the port hierarchy. Container traffic in the region rose from an average of 6 million TEU per year in 2005 for the most important ports of 16 million TEU in 2019. The ports that have been most benefited in their ranking and those within less developed economies. So we can have 6 major issues here. Chinese trade since 2005 showed an export-oriented strategy leading to a favorable trade balance, both in the Mediterranean region. COSCO has been one of the main parties in the Belt and Road Initiative's strategic plan, making it the third largest company in terms of container transportation in the region. As exemplified by the Gini index, there is no noticeable increase in port polarization, and the presence of Chinese investors in port operations impacted regional dynamics. The locations have a clear strategic value in accessing regional market around the Mediterranean. The fifth major issue for us is the connectivity between main Mediterranean ports and China has grown considerably after the Belt and Road Initiative implementation. So the country with the most progress in this area is Greece, of course, thanks to Pyrenees. And the evolution in the port ranking, the port that receive the highest Chinese investment are the best position. So let me introduce the second part of this presentation is around COVID-19 and its effects on Mediterranean. At a global scale, the COVID-19 pandemic has created disruption both to the supply and demand that are reflected in all supply chains. This part seeks to shed light on the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic on the global supply chain. It focuses on the Mediterranean region. So the pandemic has demonstrated the vulnerability of maritime transport network. The situation has evolved a plummeting of cargo volumes, containers shortage, and recently a freight rate increase. The volume of cargo handled estimated drop in the region of 35 to 40%. And so the post-COVID-19 crisis area is likely to question the dependence of Mediterranean economies on distant overseas suppliers. And this is a very, very important point. So initially, the impact on global supply chains and logistics infrastructures from the coronavirus came in the form of a supply shock. We can speak about supply shock. And China's shutdown and slow return to full production capacity caused international importers to panic and front-load their purchases on Chinese vendors. It's a mentality buy early, buy often. And any type of supply shock will put pressure on supply chains and logistic infrastructures in the form of cargo lulls, surges, and ultimately bottlenecks. So I would like to speak about the bullwhip effect, because both demand and supply shocks are a result of what is known as the bullwhip effect. The bullwhip effect is the concept was developed in 1950s at MIT in USA. So basically, the bullwhip effect denotes supply chain scenarios where demand or supply are exaggerated, amplified by an actual requirements or needs. As demand signals make their way up a supply chain to a vendor or factory, the message is amplified and the response, the supply, is greater than actual demand. And the same principle applies to the reverse situation where supply is cut back too much. So we can have ruptures in suppliers, peak demand, lack of shipping capacities. So restrictions introduced in response to the pandemic have caused disruptions affecting ports, shipping, and supply chains. Various industries face challenges along their supply chain, such as raw material shortage, lead time issues, ocean blank sailings, port closures, reduced working hours at ports, equipment, and labor shortages, as well as truck transport capacity constraints. So the COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the vulnerability of the supply chain faced with the need to anticipate and model risk before they occur. So in the maritime sector, resilience means that ports can adapt to changing conditions and when this disruption occurs. So keeping ports operational amid the COVID-19 outbreak, widespread lockdowns and proliferating restrictions on movement and travel required ports worldwide to act quickly, very quickly. So since the early days of the crisis, ports' resilience and ability to continue to move cargo is determined by their ability to provide both safe and swift cargo handling and nautical services. But it was noted that the pandemic could represent an opportunity for the maritime industry to change the way the industry operates so as to effectively contribute to broader systemic resilience. The transport by sea for the whole journey, especially on a regional level, will be seriously challenged by intermodal solutions whereby the sea plays a part and not the whole logistics cycle. So for the third part, we speak about our recommendations from our research project, and we try to do a focus on the role of digitalization in port performance. Integrated value-added digital intelligence solution is a critical component of staying relevant for every actor and node in the logistics, in the supply chain. Maritime data are particularly important because shipping often reaches Europe's freight corridor, port, and intermodal facilities. So in terms of application for automation and new disruptive technologies, the port sector are an excellent lab to experiment new digital technologies. Port ecosystems are facing many challenges and must improve their productivity, their efficiency. I think about artificial intelligence, blockchain, digital twins, automation, smart containers, robotization. So the port digitalizations, we can have three axes. The first will be the digital transformation of port accesses, so always collecting new data, evolving and learning. The second will be transforming business transactions to a single process platform, making smart port solution possible. And the third will be four key categories on port innovations: integration of automated systems, processes that minimize human involvement, and decision-making. Automation is planning optimization. So I have not enough time to speak about Internet of Things, cloud computing, artificial intelligence, machine learning, 5G, but I think it's very, very important for the near future and for the digital port management. So the port resilience could boost the innovation process, digitalization, automation, optimization. Digitalization is essential for ports to successfully recover from the COVID-19 crisis and effectively prepare for future crises. Making port processes paperless are now paving the way for a greater regional collaboration aimed at facilitating trade. So when I speak about digital port management, I speak about smart management. And I try to conclude and to introduce smart port key challenge. I can show you the smart port key challenges here. So ports must protect their data, learn to cooperate with supply chain parties, and learn to adapt to changes. And we can have standards. I can speak about ports are not the same size and does not operate at the same capacity. Adapting a different solution is a challenging task. And standards must be implemented. Food companies and technologies must be fully accepted and integrated. So I think this is the key word and for key challenges for smart port. So before the pandemic, the container shipping industry has been slowly entering the digital area. So better connection with their supplier and customer. For example, blockchains, we can speak about very quickly blockchains as blockchain is a database connecting data blocks based on a time sequence to form a chain data structure. The blockchain is ideal for improving traceability and enhancing data exchange to the global container shipping industry. The digital bill of lading acknowledges that the cargo has been shipped and can contain details such as the quantity, descriptions of the products, weight, loading, and discharge, port of the cargo, and shipping marks. So digital maritime Mediterranean transport, we need to encourage the emergence of ecosystems dedicated to innovation to accelerate projects for the digitalization of port operations. The Medport Association is an initiative bringing together 23 ports of the Mediterranean as a regional scale, and they should focus on the technological and digital sides, prioritizing a bottom-up approach based on the needs of customers, ship owners, and shippers. So for our recommendations, I can just tell you some words. We have 5 recommendations. So we would like to encourage port initiatives that prioritize a bottom-up approach, combining strategic voluntariness of the ports, smart cooperation, and open innovation. We have a second recommendation, is to accelerate the digital transformation of the port ecosystem in the Mediterranean. The third will be to foster the development of short sea shipping corridors in the Western Mediterranean, including the large maritime ports and regional ports from the two shores of the Mediterranean. And as it was said, not for north to south, but east to west. Eastbound, westbound is very, very important for the shipping corridors, short sea shipping corridors. And the fourth recommendation will be around the promotion, to promote share port services and door-to-door logistics to attract ship owners. And the last recommendation is strengthen the attraction and the connectivity of the port hinterland by proposing innovative logistical services, multimodal logistical poles, and innovation clusters. So you can see our current research project here, and we try to understand the evolution of and the impact of the COVID-19 on the maritime transport in the Western Mediterranean countries. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Verny. You went quite in depth into the maritime port infrastructure issue from a very holistic perspective, which is of course key to the domain of transport and infrastructure. I tend to retain this idea of how, at least when it comes to the port rankings and the port rankings classification between 2005 and 2019, where you could see that ports were shifting in the Western Mediterranean and also in the Eastern Mediterranean, as you rightly pointed out, in relation with the Piraeus port, and how this was clearly, or more or less clearly, correlated with a certain investment from the side of the Chinese COSCO company, and how the Belt and Road Initiative across the Mediterranean, because not all the countries in the Western Mediterranean are part of this Belt and Road Initiative, but some are, both in the south and also in the north. But in any case, how this initiative has actually shaped and has helped some ports to become #1 or stay in #2 or #3. But thank you so much. And now we move into our next speaker, who is Giorgia Giovannetti. I would like to thank her, especially because I know that she had a very important meeting this afternoon, and even if she had that important meeting, she managed to be on time in the panel. So Giorgia Giovannetti, she's Vice President for International Relations and full Professor of Economics at the University of Florence, and she's also Director of the Strand Development and member of the Board of Directors of the Global Governance Program at the European University Institute. Next to that, Giorgia Giovannetti is a very renowned expert on global value chain. So I'm sure that she will get into detail of the latest research and studies of how global value chains are impacting in the Western Mediterranean region. So Giorgia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Roger. Thank you for the invitation. And obviously, the other people in the panel are much more expert than me in a lot of this topic. I hope you can see my screen. This is the outline of what I'm going to say. Basically, I'm going to do a very short introduction on whether we have entered the phase of deglobalization or lower integration of the world economy, but also of the Mediterranean area, and my answer is going to be no. Then I'm going to show you a couple of maps to show you that we can see the crisis, the COVID crisis in countries of the Med 5+5, and we can see it, you'll see with the maps, and we fully recovered? No. What are the consequences for global value chain? Basically, the question here is whether global value chain and COVID crisis are negatively correlated, and whether open countries, the more open countries in the Med area have been hit harder, whether the position is affected, affecting the relationship between the crisis and global value chain. To what extent transport and logistics play a role? How much did they change? And we'll see that here, there is not a set answer. There are different results for that. And basically, the last question is whether global value chain are retrenching. And my answer is going to be no. And I will speculate a little on the debate on reshoring, nearshoring, COVID-19 and possible opportunities for the countries, including a more integrated transport and logistics sector. But of course, there are rising costs, and we're all speaking about rising costs these days. There are shortages of supply, which again is something that we're speaking every day. And I'm going to, I put here in green my answer, no, no, yes, whatever. But you're going to see that I'm going to leave you with more question than answer at the end of the speech. This is a graph which I think is fairly interesting, which is a graph about what Paul Antras has called globalization. Basically, after the crisis of 2009, the world economy has slowed down. Here on the y-axis, you have the GTMO share of global trade. You see a very strong increase between 1970 and 2005. Then with the crisis, financial crisis, there is a decrease and a stabilization. And there are several reasons for that. One can be the fact that there was already high integration of emerging market in global supply chain. So basically, in order to increase again the GTMO share of global trade, we should really count on Africa, because Sub-Saharan Africa, because otherwise it's going to be difficult. There was no further decline in transportation and communication costs. There was a reversion of the trend of protectionistic measure. So the only forces that could actually act in the opposite direction are the automation and 3D printing that could have could go in the other direction. But if you think, if you see something like that, and you see the crisis of 2009, 2008, 2010, the financial crisis, the crisis of 2015, you see that actually the COVID crisis, trade has had a much faster recovery than in the last two trade recessions. So the full recovery is about 4 quarters, while in 2009, you have about 10 quarters, and in 2015, about 14 quarters. That's the time from the beginning of the recession for a repeat. Now, this has a lot of consequences on the logistics, on the transport, and on the global value chain. So to the question, have we entered a phase of deglobalization? I will answer like globalization has started in 2008, 2009. So the COVID crisis occurred in a situation which was already of globalization. The economic data are much lagging behind. So it's very difficult if we look at GDP data, for instance, or even at trade data, even though those are monthly data, to see how much behind, how much we have been affected. So what we propose is to use, for instance, the night light or the emissions, which are available in a very short time, then maybe they are corrected, but they're available very fast. And then we can see whether we can actually see, in quotation mark, the crisis. And I'll show you 2 maps, just as a basically an illustration. We have, this is a map of Tunisia during the period, the first COVID wave. And basically, the main touristic destinations are the ones which are most severely damaged by the lockdown. But the tourism is a very large contributor to the Tunisian economy. And so this is going to have a lot of economic and social consequences. The nightlight, the blue, dark are the area which are most affected. The same happened to Morocco. If you look at the NO2 emission, you have a drop in Morocco, even though it's not as much. And the lights, there is a drop in the lights, not as much as in Tunisia, but still also Morocco. And again, the more affected places also in Morocco are the major population center and a major touristic destination. We did these maps for a lot of countries, so if anyone is interested, there is a forthcoming working paper which is going to have all these maps. So basically, we can see the crisis with a sharp reduction of emission and night lights. We can also see the same maps for countries like Italy, Spain, whatever. Also, you can see both sides of the Med5+5. We could also use mobility data. For instance, Google has made available the mobility data, and all the results are confirmed when we looked at the mobility data. This data could also be used to predict GDP reduction. So it's important to use them and important to know that this data exists, because in a phase in which we want to have short-term, we are sort of anxious, hungry of data, the GDP data may not be fast enough. Now, let's see what happened to the cost for trade. Did they increase? Were countries in the 5+5 penalized by supply bottlenecks? Which country? Did this depend on their belonging to global value chain? Did this depend in their positioning along the global value chain? In this graph, which is from the ECB, the European Central Bank, basically on the y-axis, you have the delivery time in reverse. So basically, when you go up, it increased delivery time. And then you have the PMI new export order. And this shows that you have in several sectors, which here are construction materials, consumer, household and personal use, technology, industrial goods, whatever, cars, you have had a lot of supply bottlenecks. So here we have the supply delivery and the input prices, and we have had a lot of bottlenecks. What about the cost, the real cost? Well, these are another sign of supply bottlenecks. So on one hand, we have that when we look at the manufacturing sector, several manufacturing sector, we have a sharp rebound in the new orders for inputs of production. Since sorry, one thing I forgot to say is that in this previous graph, this one, yeah, I wrote it down, but I didn't say, this is Q2 2021 over Q2 2020. So basically it's the change that has been accompanied by an increase in the delivery time and an increase in the input prices. And if you look at the shipping costs, this is another sign that there were supply bottlenecks. You see that the shipping costs were fairly stable, different costs, up to 2020. And then here, there was an increase between 2020 after the COVID crisis, a sharp increase of the shipping costs. Now, some people claim that a peak had been reached in the second quarter of 2021, but indeed, looking at the data of these days, which are not into graphs and are still to be probably corrected or whatever, it doesn't look like this is going to be a peak, but there is actually a rebound of this cost. In this graph, what I show you is that one of the reasons why you have these bottlenecks is also because ports are congested. And on top of that, there is an air freight capacity limited, which also added to cost. What you see here is important for us because, for instance, the Asia-EU trade lane is the one which has the biggest decline because of the shipping capacity is lower. So you have the data show different, very high heterogeneity in the capacity of ports. I'm sorry that there was no, maybe I could have looked at the quote of the previous speaker, but I'm sorry there was no direct data. I didn't find direct data on the amongst the Mediterranean, so the trade within the Med 5+5. Sorry, I said that one of the things we wanted to see is whether the global value chain are, which are very important, and I see global value chain as a way for countries to enter into internationalization process, to be a part of the globalization process. Global value chains seem to be slightly negatively correlated to the COVID shock for some of these countries, and but the negative correlation is there, but the situation is very different in different countries. For instance, Tunisia and Italy have very similar global value chain involvement, but they have a different drop in the GDP. So the answer to my question 3 seems to be yes, GVC have been sort of pro-cyclical, so they have been with the cycle, so there was a negative correlation, but much less than in previous crises. The slope of this regression line is basically much lower than the one. If one looks at the forecast for 2021, this is actually almost zero, the correlation, because government has started taking measures, and therefore doesn't seem to be a negative correlation between
Volevo dire sono influenza.
Sorry?
Ascoltami una cosa.
Yeah. Hello?
Yeah, please continue. I think you
okay.
can continue.
I thought there was a question.
No.
Okay, sorry.
Some interference. Go
Okay.
ahead. Sorry.
So, what are the channels through which the COVID affects the global value chain? Supply and demand. And both supply and demand channels have been at work in the COVID crisis. Supply is factor of production, and the lockdown that disrupted the smooth working of GVC. There were delays. We saw some of the delays in one of the graphs, but there were also less investment. Why less investment? Because in a situation of uncertainty, there is the investments are much lower. Intermediate inputs. Supply chain could be interrupted in a lot of countries. I mean, we all speak, you read in the newspaper the fact that the cars are behind because they cannot get the materials, the intermediate inputs, and so on and so forth. Protectionist measure, trade policy that some countries followed, and then the service provision, which has also been interrupted. I mentioned the port and I mentioned the freight, the air freight, but there are other service provision which has been interrupted. As far as the demand is concerned, the labor market channels have been working on, so the labor demand has decreased, and there was a downward pressure on wages, a decrease in purchasing power, and then there was a demand of final goods. And this is very important because this can be considered as a permanent impact. While all of these are temporary impacts, have a temporary impact on the working of the firms and supply chain, the demand shift is likely to be permanent. So basically, it's a different, people get used to consume a different baskets of goods. We are used to have the meeting. We are not in Malta today, and we used to have a meeting in person, and now we have meetings on Zoom. And it's going to be cheaper. Maybe people is compatible with people duties, more compatible. So maybe we will keep doing these meetings in Zoom. If we look at the Mediterranean area, we have some countries which are basically more exposed to the med demand, and some which are more exposed to the supply. And you see that Tunisia and Morocco, which are two of our countries of interest, are the ones which are more exposed both for the demand and for the supply side. And this is a little bit technical, so I just say one or two words about that, because some countries are suppliers and others are users in the global value chain. And we define basically the foreign content of export as a measure of backward participation. This is the use of foreign inputs in the production of export. And as a country uses the foreign value added in its export, is exported value add that can be used by third countries in the production of their export. So we consider that the exporting countries is therefore a supplier of intermediate products and value added for other countries' export. So these measures capture what we call forward participation. So here you can see what is the part each country is supplier and the part which country is user. But, sorry, I go to this, where basically we have domestic content and foreign content of the different countries of the Med, but especially I think this table can explain better what I wanted to say. What is this table about? This table basically tells you the net value added absorption in the global value chain and the forward and backward participation on the x-axis. So basically, if you are on the left of the zero, you have backward linkages are more than the forward. If you are on the right, the forward linkages are more than the backward. But if you are above the zero, you have that you are a supplier of value added. If you are below the zero here on the x-axis, you are a consumer of value added. So here you find something interesting, because you have countries like Italy or France, which have backward linkages, so we are strong in the backward linkages, but they are net value added suppliers to other countries. A country like Tunisia, as instead, is a net value added consumer, and the same applies to Spain. And Morocco is forward linkages and net value added consumers, and none of our countries in the Med 5+5 is a net value added supplier in the forward linkages. So basically, why did I do this, and what are our questions? Our questions are, the first lesson I can learn is that each shock has its own peculiarity, and the policies should account for this. The COVID has affected all our countries, but the countries have taken different measures to return to a path of economic growth and employment. And what I wanted to reason a little and ask you some question as well is whether regional global value chain can be the way out of the COVID crisis, whether the countries in the north could do nearshoring, whether nearshoring makes sense more than the reshoring of which all the newspapers are speaking. And then whether can the development of logistic and transport help in building regional value chain. And actually, I put a question also on the China Belt and Road role, but you already saw that the port, which had investment, Chinese investment along the Belt and Road, like the Piraeus, have actually increased their role, as the previous speaker mentioned. Well, and I mean, I think it's a very, very important, the China role as a Belt and Road. Just think of one thing though, that the way I see these countries in global value chain, the country of the Med 5+5, is that these countries may substitute China as provider of intermediate imports, as part of the global value chain. So if we go towards regional value chain, China will lose part of its weight and will regain it only through the ownership, the investment and the ownership of the harbor and the ports. So can the regional value chain help the recovery? Well, what are the regional value chain? How they differ from global value chain? Global value chain imply complex production, relation between firms operating in different countries. So do regional value chain. So they are very similar to global value chain, but they are geographically closer. So related international activities bring about efficiency gain by means of division of labor, increased specialization, and they also imply higher international interconnectedness and possibly higher exposure to shocks. So did the current shock imply relocation and reshoring? Well, I think we should also study imports, and the studies on this one, the World Bank Enterprise Surveys have done two set of surveys after COVID for many countries. We are trying to study the individual firms' response to see whether they've changed their basically their behavior. What we found so far, but this is ongoing work, is that the firms did not change much. For instance, providers of intermediate inputs, and they did not close location of factories abroad. Only 2-3% of firms reacted to the COVID shock by closing plants, and about 6% by changing provider of supplier of intermediate inputs. Why is that? Well, because to break a contract is costly, because if I trust my provider, I don't want to change it. So it's actually important, and there is a lot of economic reason on these kind of things. The other question is whether countries in the South Shore of Mediterranean are potential candidates for nearshoring. Most likely yes, but here what we will need is a very deep study of the revealed comparative advantages of different sectors in different countries, and also of the strategies of firms in the north, because some firms follow offshoring, for instance, in firms which have the same revealed comparative advantages in the same sectors, and others instead they go for firms or countries which are different reveal comparative advantages. So this is something that, again, we should study much better. There is some ongoing research on the reveal comparative advantages of different countries, and I think this is very important. What can make or makes them better than other countries? Well, for instance, certainly a plus for Morocco is the transport and the logistics. So Morocco dominates the others in the area because of the transport and the logistics. What are the rest? I mean, we saw the Piraeus in Greece, which seems to dominate Spain, where you have a change between Barcelona and Valencia, with Barcelona decreasing during the crisis, also because of probably Catalan issues, and Valencia and other harbor increasing. And you see that also in the South Mediterranean, some ports are doing better than others. So in summary, most Med countries have relatively larger backward sea linkages than forward one. In the North Shore of the Mediterranean, Italy and France are net suppliers of value added, since they produce more value added absorbed abroad than foreign value added they consume. In the Southern Shore, Tunisia is the most integrated in global value chain, but is a net consumer of foreign value added, while Morocco participates in global value chain, but mainly in upstream segments. So far, these are global value chain. They are not regional global value chain. And I think that it will be very, very important that these countries started integrating in regional value chain. What is against that? The fact that the integration between the Southern Shore partners is very limited. So I think, there is a communication that said a renewed commitment to improving the business climate will be essential in order to build the trust of local and international private sector operators, attract investors and increase trade. And I think that is something on which we should rely. And I think that the debate on whether reshoring is an opportunity or not is a false debate. It should be more a debate on nearshoring rather than reshoring. What are the pros of a nearshoring? Certainly the fact that regional value chain are more green, environmental friendly. For instance, you and Morocco did a green partnership because they are geographically closer, so you spend less you pollute less. And also specialization can help, but we should better study the sectoral specification. The con can be the comparative advantage. The traditional comparative advantages of some of the Med 5 makes them very similar, and I don't think that's enough. Basically, the idea is to try and understand whether the region is competitive enough to be chosen versus Southeast Asia, also accounting for the sunk cost of existing contracts. So as I said before, the fact that the north side of the Med 5 is integrated with Southeast Asian countries in the global value chain makes it difficult to break the contracts, and therefore makes it difficult for them to near shore. But I think there are opportunities. So I think it's something that we should, from a policy point of view, also discuss and speak. But as I said, I leave you with more questions than answer, I think. And
well, thank you so much, Professor Giovannetti. It is true that you have given us a lot of food for thought, but at the same time, you gave some very good answers. I retain an idea which I already heard from you, and which I have also read in some of the World Bank reports, that during and after the COVID-19 period, firms have not changed much, at least when we look at Southern European firms, and when we look at a possible process of nearshoring, as you were naming, they have not reacted to the COVID-19 in the sense of promoting this nearshoring. Therefore, we look at the question that you actually put on the table. Does the transport and logistics sector support regional global chains? Indeed, I mean, it's one of the conditions to promote this process of regionalization, but is this enough to move towards regionalization, well, I understand from what you said that it's probably not enough, that there have to be other elements on the table, plus the key questions on transport and logistics connectivity in the region, particularly, are not there yet. I mean, and this is the key question that ministers will have to react at the meeting on Wednesday. But in any case, thanks for this food for thought, and I'm sure that we will have time not only to think but also to answer to some of the questions that you were actually mentioning. And finally, before we open for Q&A, I already saw some questions that were thrown in the chat box. Allow me to introduce you Mr. Roel Janssens. We are very honored and proud to have the Secretary to the Working Party on Transport Trends and Economics at the United Nations Economic Commission for Europe, UNECE. And Mr. Janssens is also a member of the advisory board that has been advising both IEMed and CETMO on the publication on transport that has preceded this conference. So, Mr. Janssens, the floor is yours.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Albiniana, for your kind introduction. I'm very honored to be representing UNECE, the Sustainable Transport Division, at this event, and to be joining the previous speakers in addressing this very pertinent issue. Now, I will be looking or shedding a light on this issue from a slightly different perspective. What I would like to be talking about to you in the next 10 minutes or so is whether the transport sector responses that have been developed to the COVID-19 crisis, whether this has increased the resilience of the transport sector to future contingencies, to future external shocks of whatever nature, and indeed this is something that UNECE has been following through a number of initiatives. So with your permission, I will be briefly presenting these to you. Now, somehow I'm not able again to proceed with the slides. I'm not entirely sure the screen is frozen. Okay, but I managed to go to the next slide. In any case, if all goes well, you should be seeing on this particular slide the UNECE region. And indeed, the North African, Western Mediterranean countries are not members of ECE, whereas the Spain, Italy, Malta, and various other Mediterranean countries on the northern side are, of course, part of ECE. Yet, having said this, the global instruments, the legal instruments that are being administered by the United Nations and by the Inland Transport Committee are very often global in nature. So this means that, for instance, I mean, some of the instruments that you see on this slide, such as the TIR Convention, or also the ADR agreement on transport of dangerous goods, are indeed instruments that are open for global accession. They are being administered for historical reasons at the UNECE, the Economic Commission for Europe in Geneva, but indeed over the years there is a growing interest in many of these instruments beyond the region, and also, of course, in the North African and Africa regions, as well as in the Middle East and Asia. So there is it's not my role to be talking about all these instruments. You are an expert audience, so I leave it up to you, in case you're interested in some of these instruments, to find out about them on the UNECE website. Now, when it comes to the particular crisis that we as a region, but by extension the globe, has been facing in the framework of the COVID-19 pandemic, here the Inland Transport Committee, which, as I try to explain, is an increasingly global body that gathers ministries of transport from virtually all continents, has requested the Secretariat, to do research on provisions in existing frameworks and new needed areas of work to promote cooperation between transport authorities in the field of counteracting the effects of emergency situations of a cross-country nature, including epidemics and pandemics. So, looking back at this mandate that we received 18 months ago from the Inland Transport Committee, from you, the governments, this was indeed quite visionary at that time, because we are talking about a mandate that was given to us in February 2020. So it was actually a couple of weeks before the world, before the World Health Organization declared the COVID-19 crisis a pandemic, but yet, ITC, the Inland Transport Committee, had picked up this topic and had tasked the Secretariat to start looking into this issue. And indeed, what we noticed, and this was addressed, by several of the previous speakers, in the initial weeks and months of the pandemic, there was a tremendous, it was really a patchwork of uncoordinated unilateral actions, particularly at inland border crossings, but also at ports and port hinterland connections. This resulted, of course, in huge delays at borders in many countries. It also, in some cases, and especially in the first few weeks, it was an impediment to the timely delivery of essential goods, such as food, pharmaceuticals, medical supplies. And what is important to note also is that it really aggravated the shock to the economic and social aspects of the global economy. Now, in an immediate reaction, and some of you may be familiar with this observatory, what UNEC has done is we established an observatory on border crossing status due to COVID-19, because what we saw indeed was a lot of disinformation, a lack of transparent. Countries were unilaterally changing their import and export requirements, or even the requirements for a truck driver or a train driver, or fleet from the staff from a maritime vessel to enter the country or not. So there was really a lack of transparent information. So basically, what we did at UNEC in cooperation with partners is we established this online tool, this observatory, with a very simple, clear aim. It was about providing real-time and up-to-date information regarding what exactly the border crossing requirements were for each country. Quite quickly we could see that there was a tremendous need for this, in particular by private sector operators, because in no time we managed to collect information from 174 United Nations member states, and basically during the period from 18 March until September of last year, the observatory webpage had more than 100,000 unique page views from 208 states. so basically there was a tremendous demand, and this is one of the instruments that we initially as UNEC, but then later on we were joined by the other regional commissions and their member states. So we had the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and then the UN Economic and Social Commission for Asia and the Pacific, and also for the Western Asia region, joining this platform. Now there was a second initiative that was launched in the immediate wake of the pandemic, and this was, as was already mentioned by our chair, this was the establishment of an informal multidisciplinary advisory group on transport responses to COVID-19. And again, here what we try to offer, and I think it is an important lessons learned, you know, in case there will be in the future, you know, new international emergencies or new contingencies, that is that one should try to break out of their own silo, let's say, in the sense that the challenges that the international transport system was facing in the wake of the pandemic was such that it could not be addressed, you know, from you know, just the perspective of the transport sector, or just the perspective of customs and border crossing agencies or health authorities. It really required this kind of interdisciplinary approach, and this is what we try to offer. You know, by putting together this group, and by administering this group, by offering this platform for dialogue. Now, let me move on to what some of the important cross-sectoral lessons learned from the COVID-19 crisis were, and what some of the recommendations for further action are that this group has identified. And I should really emphasize at this point that while, of course, the UNEC mandate is very clearly focusing on inland transport, many of the recommendations for further action are really cross-sectoral. So we know that the transport sector as a whole has been hit hard, and this goes for the inland transport sector, but as well for maritime and aviation sectors. So this is something I wanted to stress up front. Now, there are a number of dimensions of recommendations that have been adopted. For instance, at the regulatory level, what the group, and it has actually met now for 4 times, what they decided to put forward as an important priority in case of future contingencies, future international emergencies, is the need to prioritize what we call a human-centered approach. So in other words, I mean, there is a lot of talking about digitalization, and digitalization, we should say, you know, has really picked up a lot, you know, and has really kind of seized the momentum during the pandemic crisis. However, ultimately, the transport sector is, you know, like, is only possible and is only operational and functional because you have men and women that are operating, you know, these systems. So in case you have an international emergency situation that is at risk of really you know, kind of impacting heavily on the international transport sector, a human-centered approach is very important. Secondly, at the regulatory level, and what we saw again in the wake of the pandemic, a lot of temporary measures have been adopted. Temporary measures often of a facilitation nature. For instance, the temporary extension of the validity of permits and documents, or temporary exemptions, trade facilitation measures. Also, you know, customs controls were limited, and so on and so forth. So basically, there has been, and there are many examples, yeah, including in the field of transport, for instance, the certificates for the drivers of transport of dangerous goods. These certificates, safety certificates could not be extended during the pandemic because it was, at least in the initial months, it was not possible to have face-to-face training. So basically what the sector and what the countries then at an intergovernmental level agreed upon is, look, we will temporarily exempt the need for these trainings until the situation allows it to return back to the normal protocol. Now, what we at UNEC through this multidisciplinary advisory group are trying to establish now is to see whether these temporary measures that have been taken, these facilitation measures, whether they have been turned into protocols, for instance, protocols that, let's say, in case in 5 years from now or 10 years from now there is a new international contingency situation, so that governments have a protocol, have a scenario available on their shelf that can be implemented, maybe not copy-paste, because every situation and every contingency is different. Yet, is this vast body of experience that we as a transport sector, as an international transport sector, have accumulated, have we learned something from that, and will we keep it for future reference in case of need? We see that unfortunately there is little evidence at this stage that this is happening. Right, and through the work of this multidisciplinary advisory group, we try to make sure that at least the key measures that have been taken this time are also being kept in mind, and will be documented and kept for future reference in case of need. Now, another aspect, and this was really an internal exercise that we did at UNEC. During my introduction, I mentioned that there are these 59 legal instruments, conventions that exist and that are being administered by UNEC. What we wanted to do in the immediate wake of the pandemic is to really see, okay, how pandemic or contingency resilient are these conventions? In other words, do they support the governments in addressing the challenges generated by this emergency situation that we all face, or not? Did it remain possible, even during the pandemic, to fully implement these legal instruments? Very often we noticed that this was not the case, because so basically there is this internal exercise going on where we have been mandated by the governments to see, okay, let us assess, let us evaluate to what extent these legal instruments that we have that we put at disposal of governments can be used and can support governments at times of emergency situations. Another exercise that we are going through.
Royal, excuse me, you have 1 minute left.
1 minute left. Okay.
We won't have time to
yes.
to move into Q&A. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, I will summarize. I mean, there are several recommendations. One also relates to digitalization. Now, this has already been touched upon, by several of the previous speakers. One of the things that we decided to consider and to table for consideration by the governments is to see whether there is a possibility to combine, for instance, electronic health certificates of transport crews with some of the existing electronic versions of transport documents, such as ETIR or the ECMR road transport consignment notes. Just because we noted that often the uncertainty surrounding the health condition of transport crews, was an impediment for international transport. We thought that this could be something to look into. And then finally, what we will be doing, and this is something that was mandated to us at the recent session of the Working Party on Transport, Transit and Economics in September, is basically to see whether it makes sense to start kind of developing a concept for contingency planning for the various inland transport subsectors. So for instance, what we mean by contingency planning is a set of measures, a detailed set of measures that you know, kind of would end a protocol, if you want, that would enter into force the moment there is an external shock that is affecting you know, a specific sector, let it be rail, road, or inland waterways, or you know, the whole international transport system, as was the case with the COVID-19 pandemic. So this is this concept for contingency planning is something that is in the making, and in case there is an interest, you know, there may be opportunities for me to update you on further progress in this regard at one of your next meetings or gatherings. Chair, having said this, I give the floor back to you.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you for adjusting to the time constraint. But as we are very close to the end of this session, I have received a number of questions, and I have selected a couple of them because I think one probably more into the geopolitical and how we relate the geopolitical scenarios with transport and logistics sector post-COVID, and another one more into regional global chains. Well, regional value chains, regional global chains. We use these two terms alike. So Ahmed from Tunisia is actually asking, let me, okay, I have it here. Let me read the question. He's asking, what are the consequences of the political tensions in the Western Mediterranean on the transport and logistics sector? And can they affect current and future cooperation projects by ongoing political tensions? I think that that Ahmed is referring to the current situation between that I think that was mentioned by Professor Tanchun, the current situation with regards Morocco and Algeria, between Spain, Morocco and Algeria, between France and Algeria. So more on the bilateral level rather than on the sub-regional level where cooperation still exists and is very strong, of course. And then we have a second question, and I will have to read it right now, because then what I will do is I will give you the floor to each of you for answers to these two questions and for a final wrap-up. And the second question is from Marisa from Malta, and it reads, how will the 4.0 revolution in the transport sector help improve regional value chains in the Mediterranean? So how you relate the latest developments on the fourth industrial revolution, automation, artificial intelligence, and the development of the in the sector, in the transport and logistics sector, and the development of regional value chains. So who would like to be the first to speak? So should we perhaps answer in the reversed order? So perhaps Roel, you would like to take the floor first, or yeah?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I thought I had already spoken too long, but I don't mind saying a couple more words, and I will keep it very short, actually.
Please keep it all very short, indeed.
What I think is very important, and I was trying to convey that message during my presentation, is okay, the COVID-19 crisis, you know, is more and more a crisis which we can talk about in the past tense, right? It is still impeding our countries, right? But solutions are in the making, and you know, it is a matter of time, whether it be months or half a year, before you know there will be a possibility to return back to normality. What doesn't mean, you know, at UN we have this saying that we should be using this crisis as an opportunity to build back better, yeah. or to build forward to something better. And so that would be one key message for governments to really use this as an opportunity to improve, what in the past, has not worked well. So that would be one message, and secondly is really the need for governments to learn from this crisis and to be better prepared in case of future contingencies. In other words, the valuable lessons that we have learned should not be lost from this crisis. They should not be lost. We should use this as an opportunity to be better prepared in the future. Globalization, and this is my personal opinion as far as I'm concerned, is going to continue, and so the world will continue to be very closely connected and interconnected, and this will only make us more vulnerable to external shocks as an international value system or an international transport system. So important to be prepared for the worst case scenario in case that materializes.
Thank you, Roel. Now we move to Professor Giovannetti.
Thanks, Roger. I think I will concentrate on the question of the 4.0 revolution and how this can help improving the regional value chain. I think here the issues are the connectiveness that determines basically the integration space and how countries are ready to use this technical device, this connectedness, and so on and so forth. So this raises an issue of education and capability. So to the extent that the countries are ready, to the extent that the education level, the quality of education is appropriate, I think that, as Marisa was saying, the revolution can actually help improving the regional value chain. But it's subject to people having a high quality education and being capable to use the technology, basically. And I think I would say so.
Thank you, Georgia. And then we move to Jérôme. I think you have to unmute yourself. Otherwise, we can only read your lips.
Sorry, Roger. Our work has not dealt with this point concerning the geopolitical tension between countries. And I'm not a specialist of the regional value chain. I'm sorry for this response.
Okay, then we move to Professor Tan Choom.
Okay, thank you. I'll also make it brief. Taking it in reverse order, the 4.0 depends on 5G, and where the danger lies in that also is sovereignty and security. And this is where we see China. In ports, I'd like to pick up on something that Dr. Verny said about digital platforms. If you look at Tripoli, the port in Lebanon, which is where China wants to go straight through from Iran to Iraq to Syria to Lebanon, they built the port, let alone Beirut. CMA CGM bought out the entire operation, Gulf Tanner Lebanon, only after it signed a deal with e-commerce giant Alibaba for their one-touch digital platform for logistics, bookings, and services. So in terms of transport sector, just these digital services, booking, etc., is going to be very important. And this is where actually the European Union's cyber security initiative is really important and could be a value-added advantage in helping the North African partners protect their digital sovereignty and security. You see the same thing, digital banking in Kenya was really done by Huawei. So when Ericsson and Nokia particularly wanted to do the 5G rollout, and the US put a lot of pressure on Nairobi not to include China, It was impervious because Kenya could not sacrifice Huawei. So this is, I know, a topic for a different session, but it's extremely important and even affects in the future the operation of the transportation sector. Since I'm last again, I want to leave you with value added production. Speaking about regional value chains, Morocco's automotive sector is a success, but look at Italy and Algeria. Italy creates no value added in Algeria. Italy is in charge, FEMA is in charge of leading Algeria's transition to renewable energy, but there's no Italian solar panel production in Algeria. There's French joint venture. There's a United Arab Emirates joint venture. So when we're looking at value chain, it's not enough to say value chain, right? There has to be value added production in the partners. And the countries that win will be the ones that do that. We saw a positive example of 5-on-5 in Morocco. But if it's not going to be the northern Mediterranean countries, it will be China, it will be Turkey, it will be the United Arab Emirates, it'll be Qatar. So this is a real challenge, I think, for us to think about how transportation marries with production. That's the point of the global gateway. You heard President von der Leyen say, what's the point of creating a perfect European road between a Chinese copper mine and a Chinese port? So when we think about that, we really need to think hard. Europe is great at regulations, at standards, at making everything better, but it needs to be done strategically. And so there really needs to be a strategic 5-on-5 partnership. And hopefully that could incentivize Morocco and Algeria. We have the African Continental Free Trade Association agreement going into force that will benefit everybody. Algeria and Morocco lose, more Algeria, and the more Algeria loses, Tunisia loses as well, because it depends on Algeria. So what we really need to avoid is what I said in the beginning, those silos that we have, two separate north-south corridors. It's an economic win-win for both Morocco and Algeria to connect productivity in Western Algeria to also ports in Morocco and vice versa. So look, business doesn't create peace, but business puts a brake on war. If you look in the Eastern Mediterranean, Turkey and Israel do a tremendous amount of business, and it prevents all kinds of political, geopolitical tension from getting out of control. The same thing could be done on the other side. Yes, it would take diplomacy and strategic thinking, but my argument is we don't have another choice.
Thank you very much. These were almost conclusive words for this session, as I don't have much time because we are already eating the time of the break. On behalf of the IEMed and the CETMO, I would sincerely like to thank each and all of you for a wonderful and very interesting session, which I'm sure is going to feed the discussions to come, not only today in only 10 minutes, because that's the time I'm going to allocate for the break, but also for the sessions tomorrow and for the ministerial the day after. Once again, thank you so much, and now we'll go for a very short break of 10 minutes. Please be back at 21:05, and then my colleague Enrique Pons, who is the coordinator of the GTMO 5+5 from the CETMO, will take over the chairmanship of the next session, the second session on the path towards sustainability. So thank you once again, also to the public for their questions. I'm sorry we could not go through all the questions. We had like 6 6 questions and we could only address 2 of them. Thanks for your participation and looking forward to seeing you again in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ok, bonjour tout le monde. On va suivre ce séminaire avec la deuxième session. Mais tout d'abord, permettez-moi de vous exprimer l'honneur de gérer cette deuxième session, le chemin vers la durabilité, accélérer la décarbonisation du secteur du transport et de la logistique en Méditerranée occidentale. Une session avec des panélistes de haut niveau et avec beaucoup de connaissances à partager. Il s'agit de M. Marguiron, directeur du département voyageur de l'Union internationale des chemins de fer, M. Edouard Rodés, directeur de l'Escola Europea Intermodal Transport, M. Federico Francisco, conseiller du ministre des Infrastructures et de l'Habitation du gouvernement de Portugal, et finalement, M. Mustafa El Kayat, président de l'Association marocaine pour la logistique, AMLOC. Brièvement, je voudrais vous rappeler la structure de la session. Celui-ci comportera une intervention initiale des 4 panélistes d'environ 10 minutes chacun, suivi des commentaires supplémentaires des panélistes eux-mêmes. Et finalement, on aura une dernière partie ouverte aux opinions des autres panélistes et aux questions des participants au séminaire, de ceux qui sont en train de suivre ce séminaire. C'est pourquoi, tout au long de la session, nous vous encourageons à poser des questions que vous jugez appropriées via les chats de la plateforme. En ce qui concerne les sujets de cette session, il faut dire que la durabilité était l'une des principaux enjeux du transport et de la logistique avant la crise sanitaire, conformément aux objectifs de développement durable des Nations Unies et à l'accord du climat de Paris sur le climat. La pandémie nous a offert la possibilité de visualiser ce que ce serait de vivre dans un environnement plus paisible, avec moins d'émissions d'air polluants et avec moins pollution sonore. Alors, cette image représente une motivation supplémentaire pour l'engagement du secteur pour l'avenir de la planète. En ce sens, la durabilité est l'une des exigences de la reprise économique post-COVID-19. Et dans les cas de transport, elle devrait se traduire par un engagement pour des moyens de transport moins polluants, comme les rails, un soutien à la multimodalité pour optimiser des itinéraires de transport plus durables, la promotion de transport urbain comme pilier d'une mobilité urbaine plus durable aussi, etc., parmi d'autres actuations. Alors, mais la durabilité dans les transports est spécialement associée à la transition vers des sources d'énergie plus durables et à faible émission de carbone. En ce sens, la Commission européenne, dans le cadre du Green Deal, de l'European Green Deal, et conformément à la loi climatique de juillet 2021, vise à réduire ses émissions nettes de gaz à effet de serre d'au moins 55% par rapport au niveau de 1990. Alors, et dans ces cas, les transports jouent un rôle important dans ces réductions. Alors, sans plus tarder, je vais donner la parole aux experts pour qu'ils partagent leur vision et leurs connaissances. On passe d'abord, Monsieur Marguigon. On va donner la parole à M. Marguiron. Comme j'ai dit déjà, il est directeur du département voyageur de l'Union internationale des chemins de fer. Il est également coordinateur des régions UIC du Moyen-Orient et d'Amérique latine et est impliqué dans le développement ferroviaire de ces pays. Depuis février 2020, il est le coordinateur mondial de la task force de l'UIC contre la COVID-19. Et avant de rejoindre l'UIC, M. Guigon a travaillé pendant 7 ans dans les cabinets du Premier ministre français en charge des politiques de tous les modes de transport dans le domaine de l'aménagement du territoire. Alors, Monsieur Guigron, vous avez la parole. Vous avez 10 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
OK, merci beaucoup, Monsieur Ponce, de votre introduction. Je vais donc vous partager mon écran et je vais vous parler de la mobilité dans le monde d'après et en particulier du mode ferroviaire. Donc, j'ai 10 minutes pour ça. Je vais vous faire ça donc dans les temps. L'Union internationale des chemins de fer, c'est l'association ferroviaire de l'ensemble des entreprises ferroviaires et gestionnaires d'infrastructures de tous les pays, donc dans 95 pays du monde. Et je vais vous parler donc de la nouvelle normalité dans le monde ferroviaire. Alors, ce que vous avez constaté forcément autour de vous, c'est que le télétravail a eu des conséquences importantes. La première, c'est qu'il y a moins de voyages dans les proches banlieues. Il y a la modification des heures et des jours de pointe. Les chemins de fer suisses nous ont dit, en particulier lors de nos task force Covid-19, qu'ils avaient maintenant leur trafic était concentré du mardi au jeudi à la place du lundi au vendredi, donc ce qui fait une concentration des ressources ferroviaires sur 3 jours. Et puis aussi la flexibilité dans les horaires de travail. C'est ce qu'on fait d'ailleurs en ce moment autour de cette table. Il y a eu une modification des habitudes de vie qui a impacté le ferroviaire énormément, avec l'attractivité des zones rurales, des villes moyennes et des banlieues lointaines. Donc, ça fait moins de trajets de banlieue, plus de voyages de moyenne et longue distance, et il faut pour ça plus d'espace de travail dans les gares et à bord. Pour l'attractivité des zones rurales, on a un exemple en France en particulier, où la Bretagne, qui est la région de l'ouest de la France, il y a eu une augmentation depuis début 2020 d'entre 10 et 50% des prix des maisons et des appartements. Le deuxième facteur a été donc la prise de conscience environnementale qui s'est accrue très fortement durant la pandémie. C'est un peu la honte de prendre l'avion, c'est l'effet Greta, diraient certains. Donc, le report modal du mode aérien sur le mode ferroviaire, et aussi la possibilité de voyages plus longs, en particulier s'ils sont hebdomadaires pour les commuteurs qui iront très loin. Donc, pour les trains à grande vitesse, ce qu'on avait pensé jusqu'à présent, c'est que il y a une part modale de 50% des trains à grande vitesse et du mode aérien avec 3 heures de parcours en mode ferroviaire. Ces temps vont certainement s'accroître avec la diminution de la valeur du temps. Donc, les voyageurs, s'ils restent plus longtemps, ils rechercheront plus de services, plus de confort, bureaux dans les trains. Comment est l'avenir? Comment nous voyons l'avenir? Et donc, on a fait cette étude avec le consultant Roland Berger dans le cadre de la task force Covid-19 de l'UIC que je pilote. La première chose, c'est les compagnies aériennes se concentrent aujourd'hui sur la réduction de leurs coûts de structure et les fabricants d'avions sont en train de développer des avions à faible énergie ou à énergie dite propre, dite donc comme l'hydrogène. Pareil pour les automobiles, vous voyez ça aussi autour de vous, avec les automobiles électriques, avec des nouvelles énergies, pourquoi pas hydrogène ou autre. Et donc, le mode ferroviaire a une fenêtre d'opportunité à court terme entre 10 et 15 ans dans lesquels le mode ferroviaire doit faire des investissements et améliorer ses services. Alors, pour ça, nous avons un certain nombre de recommandations que je vais vous donner dans les slides qui vont suivre. La première chose, c'est qu'il faut tenir compte du domaine naturel de pertinence ferroviaire qui est environ entre 200 et 1500 km. Jusqu'à présent, on disait entre 200 et 800, 900 km, mais avec le fait que les personnes peuvent rester plus longtemps dans les trains et aussi avec l'avènement des trains de nuit, principalement en Europe, On se rend compte que le mode ferroviaire peut aller jusqu'à des distances jusqu'à 1500 km si on prend de la grande vitesse ferroviaire. Les types de recommandations dépendent des acteurs ferroviaires. Donc, le premier acteur, évidemment, ce sont les entreprises ferroviaires voyageurs qui adaptent en ce moment ou qui vont adapter leurs tarifs et leurs prix pour l'ensemble des types de trafic, comme la grande vitesse, les transports régionaux et les transports de banlieue. Pareil pour l'adaptation des offres régionales et de longue distance, le développement des services à bord, en particulier pour conserver l'avantage concurrentiel du mode ferroviaire par rapport aux autres modes. Alors, c'est vrai pour les voyages d'affaires, c'est vrai pour les voyages de tourisme. Vous avez peut-être remarqué que dans le mode ferroviaire, dans vos pays respectifs, les voyages d'affaires ont beaucoup diminué, ont repris dans un certain nombre de pays, jamais avec la même vigueur qu'avant. Par contre, le tourisme a repris en règle générale dans les trains. Le développement de l'intermodalité est quelque chose d'extrêmement important à travers la coopération avec le mode aérien et avec le mode routier. Et pour ce faire, nous avons 2 Memorandum of Understanding que nous avons signés avec IATA et avec l'UITP, les associations aériennes et transports publics. En ce qui concerne les marchandises, l'objectif pour les marchandises, c'est l'investissement dans le développement de nouvelles lignes ou de nouveaux corridors dans le domaine des marchandises. On voit ça dans le monde entier. On voit des trains, donc Chine-Europe, beaucoup. On voit des trains qui passent par le Moyen-Orient. On voit des trains qui font des longues distances. Et donc, c'est important d'investir dans le développement des nouvelles lignes. Améliorer la gestion du trafic, optimiser l'usage de l'infrastructure fait partie des choses importantes et aussi l'intermodalité. Pour les gestionnaires d'infrastructures, ce qui est important, donc, c'est l'investissement dans le développement des lignes à longue distance. Et on envisage en Europe ou dans d'autres pays des lignes ferroviaires à grande vitesse, et donc autour de la Méditerranée en particulier. L'améliorer la performance environnementale de l'infrastructure avec plus d'électrification et d'optimiser l'usage de l'infrastructure avec des nouvelles technologies. Pour les gares, les recommandations que je pourrais souligner sont d'abord améliorer les conditions pour l'intermodalité, développer les gares respectueuses de l'environnement, M. Ponge venait juste de le dire, repenser les espaces en gare, c'est important parce que les voyageurs passeront plus de temps en gare et souhaitent aussi avoir des espaces de co-travail dans les gares. Pour les autorités de transport, elles ont 2 leviers, les autorités de transport que vous représentez, certains d'entre vous autour de la table. Le premier levier, c'est le financement. Donc, le financement, c'est le soutien à l'infrastructure, le soutien à la mobilité, le soutien aux initiatives du secteur ferroviaire. Donc, j'en ai listé quelques-unes qui sont ici. Et la deuxième, c'est la réglementation. Bon, par la réglementation, on peut promouvoir le transport ferroviaire, on peut améliorer la concurrence modale entre les modes. Et aussi, donc, la chaîne de fabrication ferroviaire doit aussi s'adapter, en particulier avec la conception des matériels roulants. Je pense en particulier aux trains de nuit, je pense aux TGV, je pense aux trains de grande ligne, mais aussi à tous les autres trains, de telle façon que l'expérience client, comme on dit, soit la meilleure possible pour pouvoir utiliser le mode ferroviaire. Un diagramme que je vous montre et qui nous a été présenté il y a une semaine lors de la Task Force Covid-19, c'est comment le trafic reprend. On voit dans ce graphique que la voiture a repris à 100%, tandis que les transports publics ont repris entre 40 et 60% dans le cas de Londres. C'est vrai pour beaucoup d'endroits que les transports publics n'ont pas retrouvé leur niveau d'avant de la crise. Pourquoi? Parce qu'une partie des voyageurs sont réticents à prendre les transports en commun. Donc, on démarre une étude en ce moment avec le consultant McKinsey sur ce sujet-là, c'est comment redonner confiance aux clients sur le transport ferroviaire et le transport public de manière générale, quand on voit qu'il y a 30% des personnes qui n'ont pas confiance dans les transports publics, c'est quand même grave. Donc, pour redonner confiance aux voyageurs, je vous ai mis un certain nombre de mots-clés autour de cette jeune dame qui sont donc contrôler son voyage, voyage facile, l'information, la prise de conscience environnementale, les nouveaux services, des nouvelles habitudes de travail, la sûreté et la sécurité font partie des choses primordiales et qu'on pourrait dire c'est dans la base de la pyramide de Maslow. Pour rassurer, il y a des basiques qui sont ceux-là aujourd'hui, qui sont le port du masque, la distanciation sociale, mais surtout la visibilité des actions, c'est-à-dire aujourd'hui, la majorité des entreprises ferroviaires aujourd'hui nettoient ces gares quand les voyageurs sont là et non plus la nuit pour montrer qu'on fait quelque chose, pour montrer que l'action que l'on fait pour le voyageur est visible. Voilà, j'ai tenu mes 10 minutes qui avaient été promises pour ma présentation.
Ok, Monsieur Guiron, merci pour votre clarté, votre breveté et dans votre présentation. Nous avons, vous nous avez présenté cette nouvelle normalité dans les transports ferroviaires avec beaucoup de changements dans les habitudes de vie des citoyens. Et on a présenté aussi cette fenêtre d'opportunité pour les transports ferroviaires qu'on devrait profiter afin d'acheter cette futur plus vert des transports. Et finalement, ces recommandations pour les différents acteurs engagés dans les domaines ferroviaires afin de profiter de cette fenêtre et les idées clés sur lesquelles on devrait travailler pour récupérer la confiance sur le transport public. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Marguigon. Après, on retournera vers vous dans les questions finales de la session. Maintenant, on va passer la parole à Monsieur Edouard Rodés, directeur de l'École européenne intermodal transport. Il a obtenu une licence en études commerciales dans l'Université de Barcelone et il a complété un MBA par l'IEC. Monsieur Rodés a trouvé les chemins du port de Barcelone et a travaillé en tant que directeur général de Portic, les systèmes de la communauté portuaire de Barcelone. Et ensuite, il a été directeur du développement commercial de l'autorité portuaire de Barcelone. Et depuis sa fondation en 2006, il a été directeur de l'École européenne intermodal transport. Monsieur Rodés consacre également son thème à des rôles d'enseignement et de conseil en tant que responsable du groupe de travail sur l'emploi et la formation du Conseil consultatif pour la promotion de la communauté portuaire de Barcelone et en tant que professeur dans plusieurs universités. Alors, Monsieur Rodés, vous avez la parole, vous avez 10 minutes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci beaucoup, Henrik. Je vois que la session, c'est en français. Je vais essayer de faire la session en français. Je ne sais pas si j'ai réussi à partager l'écran. Vous voyez la présentation? OK, d'accord. OK, alors, merci beaucoup, premier de tout, à IEMed et à CETMO pour l'opportunité d'être aujourd'hui ici. J'ai eu beaucoup d'informations ce matin et j'espère qu'on réussit à faire aussi beaucoup d'informations ce soir. Alors, premier de tout, l'ESCOLA, c'est une occupation européenne d'intérêt économique de 5 partenaires de 3 ports, le port de Barcelone, le port de Gênes et le port de Civitavecchia, et 2 lignes maritimes, Grimaldi Lines et Grandina Veloce. Ça, c'est intéressant parce qu'au point de vue, on dirait, des intérêts de la région, sont des intérêts très, très élevés. Parce que autant que lignes maritimes, Grandina Veloce et Grimaldi Lines ont beaucoup d'intérêt à le développement de les relations sur le nord de l'Afrique, le sud de la Méditerranée, et ils sont en train de développer un réseau d'autoroutes de la mer, de connexion entre le nord et le sud. Et au point de vue des ports, tant les ports italiens comme les ports espagnols sont avec beaucoup d'intérêt parce que, comme on a vu ce matin, l'avenir s'écrit beaucoup en clé méditerranéenne et en clé méditerranéenne de le pays du nord de la Méditerranée. Alors, maintenant, moi, je dois quand même parler de la transition un peu énergétique. Je voudrais quand même, bon, j'ai mis une image pour prendre un peu l'attention de tout le monde, que c'est la description de problèmes. OK, si on part de les données 2015 et on fait la projection à 2050, on va doubler les émissions de le monde. Et ça, c'est complètement fou. Et il faut quand même trouver des solutions. C'est vrai que le Green Deal, et je pense aussi que les objectifs de développement durable des Nations Unies devraient faire qu'on change la façon de faire, peut-être la façon de vivre, et il faut quand même trouver des solutions. Moi, pour voir un peu et pour faire l'analyse, on prend c'est que, en fait, le groupe de travail de GLEC, Global Logistic Emissions Council, c'est un groupe qui travaille aussi, on dirait, sur l'umbrella de l'Union européenne. Et l'idée ici, c'est voir un peu comment on peut faire plus sostenible le champ logistique, plus durable, le champ logistique. Et ce qu'on fait en fait, et ce matin aussi ça parlait beaucoup, c'est d'essayer de faire la formation de les gens qui doivent désigner et après gérer les chaînes logistiques pour qu'ils font des chaînes logistiques plus durables. Alors, ça prend une chaîne logistique avec tous les gens impliqués sur l'opération. Alors, on a celle-ci qui fait le produit, le plateforme logistique, les infrastructures qui sont liées. Ça prend le terminal et les plateformes logistiques et aussi le moyen de transport pour voir comment une chaîne logistique, on peut la faire d'une façon, on la peut faire d'une autre. Je pense que c'est intéressant et j'ai pris un peu la décision d'essayer quand même d'expliquer quelle est la tendance générale quand on parle des émissions. Parce que nous, par exemple, on parle déjà toujours de CO2 équivalent. Ce n'est pas seulement le CO2, mais le CO2 équivalent, parce que dans les concepts, il y a plusieurs choses le gaz d'effet de serre. Alors, on a le perfluorocarbones, hydrofluorocarbones, carbone dioxyde, nitrogène triofluoride, méthane, oxyde nitrose, je ne sais pas comment on dit en français, il y a des mots que ça ne me vient pas, je m'excuse, et sulfure hexafluoride. Alors, ça c'est maintenant la composition et c'est pour ça qu'on a ajouté toujours un « et » sur le concept de CO2 pour voir que ça doit être un concept plus grand et en fait on fait le calcul déjà aujourd'hui sur ce nouveau système de calcul avec tous les éléments qu'il y a dedans. Parce que dans le point de vue de l'Escola et dans ça qu'on est en train de faire la formation de les autres, en première étape, c'est d'identifier les différents éléments qui composent le problème avec la détermination des unités et la calculation de les valeurs. On dit que si on ne peut pas calculer, on ne peut pas quantifier, ça va être très difficile d'améliorer le système. Alors, ça, c'est la première chose qu'on essaye de faire. Et dans ces points, on prend tout le système de calcul de GLEC et de Delft, qui sont celles-ci que l'Union européenne a pris aussi comme référence, et le livre de le coût externe de la Commission européenne. Avec ces éléments, on fait le calcul de tous les systèmes de transport et on essaie quand même d'être plus holistique, on dirait. On prend, parce que normalement, on parle que de la dernière part du problème on dirait, de la calculation. On parle de la part, ce qu'on appelle Ici, tank to wheel, c'est les émissions de le moyen de transport qui fait l'opération. Mais pour faire le calcul réel de le problème, il faut faire, premier de tout, ce qu'on appelle well to tank, c'est le coût de la production de l'énergie et de sa distribution à le point où le moyen de transport va prendre le combustible. Et alors, après, on a le tank to wheel, qui c'est la consommation qui nous donne à la fin le cycle des émissions well to wheel, et c'est la vérité de la consommation. Okay? C'est par exemple, c'est clair, si on prend le train, la production de l'électricité en locomotive électrique, la production de l'électricité, que serait le well to tank, peut être avec beaucoup d'émissions. Après la consommation tank to wheel dans le train, si c'est électrique, c'est zéro, directement. Il n'y a pas des émissions. OK, et ici, vous pouvez voir un exemple. Par exemple, la production de biodiesel, dont la production, c'est très haute. Après la consommation, c'est zéro émission. Dans l'aviation, c'est en moyenne avec beaucoup d'émissions dans l'avion, on dirait. Et vous savez, le bioéthanol, c'est la même chose. Avec le well to tank, c'est très bas, mais après, il n'y a pas c'est bas, mais il n'y a pas des émissions dans la consommation. Et vous pouvez voir pour le diesel, pour la gasoline, pour le heavy metal and the marine diesel oil, que ça, c'est une chose que c'est partagé. Mais qu'il faut prendre la globalité pour faire un calcul plus précis de les émissions de chacun. Ici, je fais comment, même parce que le problème maintenant, c'est qu'il y a plusieurs tendances dans le marché. On a le marine diesel oil, le marine gas oil, la gasoline, le bioéthanol, la gasoline avec un 5% de bioéthanol qu'on appelle blend, le diesel, le 100% biodiesel, le diesel 5% biodiesel blend, liquefied petroleum gas, compressed natural gas, liquefied natural gas, biométhane, bioliquid natural gas. And this is a reality. Ça, c'est en réalité dans le port. Ça, c'est en réalité dans le port. On a plusieurs systèmes. On est en train de développer les LNG. On est en train aussi de faire une hydrogénaire. On est en train d'avoir le normal. Même, il y a on dirait le biomarine qui sont avec une réduction de contamination. Alors, c'est vraiment un moment de transition et c'est pas clair qu'il va être à la fin le système de travail. La chose que nous, on essaye toujours de mettre en valeur, c'est qu'il faut penser en la soutenabilité du point de vue de la planification, donc on va payer tout, la production, même le warehousing, le storage, le transport et après la logistique inverse. Alors, c'est un peu l'idée de faire tout plus près. Je vais aller seulement à la fin parce que vous avez parlé un peu de l'intermodalité et je voudrais quand même faire le point de le développement des autoroutes de la mer, de le chemin de fer et les autoroutes et même de le chemin de fer pour dire que maintenant, il faut, et on est en train de faire, que le camion monte sur le bateau de plus en plus, que les camions montent sur le train de plus en plus. Et ça, c'est vraiment une relation différente. Pour la marchandise, ce qui a changé beaucoup, c'est qu'on a commencé à changer beaucoup la mentalité. On a des lignes ferroviaires qui marchent très bien à distance de 150 km, très courtes. Et ce n'est pas seulement un problème de la distance, c'est un problème de le volume. Et pour toutes les marchandises, on a des conteneurs pour des voitures, pour le break liquide, pour le break solide. Et ça, c'est beaucoup le chemin. Le port devient le point d'échange modal et ça devrait aider pour le développement de l'avenir. Et avec ça, 10 minutes, 11 minutes, et je m'arrête ici. Merci.
Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rodez. Merci pour cette vision très claire des éléments qu'on devrait considérer pour le calcul des émissions. Vous avez fait aussi Nous avons montré aussi la disparité ou la variété de tendances sur les systèmes pour les fuels qui peut être probablement un problème alors de concentrer les efforts pour les bateaux et pour les opérateurs navals. Et aussi, finalement, vous avez montré aussi l'importance de l'intermodalité et comment on doit travailler sur les différents points de cette chaîne logistique afin de trouver l'efficacité de l'ensemble de la chaîne, non? Spécialement travaillant en profitant les bénéfices du transport ferroviaire. Et c'est ça. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur Rodés. Maintenant, on va passer au troisième panéliste, le troisième panéliste est Monsieur Federico Francisco, qui travaille actuellement en tant que conseiller auprès du ministre des Infrastructures et Habitação du gouvernement de Portugal. Où il est responsable de la coordination pour la préparation du plan national de chemin de fer. Il maintient aussi l'activité académique en tant que professeur assistant invité à la faculté de sciences de l'Université de Porto. Et il a effectué sa formation en génie aérospatial à l'Institut supérieur técnico de l'Université de Lisbonne, où il a également obtenu son doctorat en physique fin 2014. Il a publié aussi des articles dans des revues internationales et a reçu la médaille Zeldovich de l'Académie des sciences de la Russie et l'ECOSPAR, le comité de la recherche spatiale en 2018. Alors, Monsieur Francisco, vous avez la parole. 10 minutes, s'il vous plaît. Merci.
Okay, thank you, Enrique. I will speak in English if you don't mind, because I feel more comfortable with it than with the French. So I didn't bring any slides, but I would like to focus my 10 minutes in urban mobility, talk a little bit about urban mobility in the pre and post-COVID era, because urban mobility represents a very significant part of the needs of passenger transport in anywhere across the world, and also a significant part of the emissions and needs. And I have 4 key ideas I'd like to focus on. So the first one is talk about what hasn't changed with COVID. And the first thing that hasn't changed is that the main goal in restructuring our urban mobility must be to free ourselves from our dependence on the car, on the automobile. So most cities in Europe and in America spent the second half of the 20th century building cities for the car, reserving massive amounts of space and terrain in their central areas for the car. And many of those cities are now trying to reverse that movement. And some have been doing it for a few decades, and others are just starting. So at the same time, in other regions of the world, where the motorization rates are only now on the rise, and regions of the world that still don't have a very high motorization rate, there is an opportunity to actually design those cities and to manage this transition into a more affluent and into a more developed lifestyle without the dependence on the automobile that the European and American cities had. Because in the end of the day, hauling 1.5 tons of steel just to transport on average 1.5 people is an extremely inefficient mode of transport, regardless of the energy source that we are using, be it a diesel or gasoline car, or be it an electric car. And this, I believe, remains true before and after COVID. So we need to focus more on active mobility, on walking, cycling, and on collective transport. On the other hand, and the second idea is what has changed with COVID? What were the effects of this 1.5 years that we have been living with this pandemic? So the first one that Mark already talked about is a loss of confidence of people in public transport, in collective transport. So, and this matches the impression that I have just walking around through Lisbon now that most of the restrictions have been lifted. And my subjective perception is that traffic congestion is actually worse than it was before COVID, while public transport is usually less crowded than it was before. I do not have any actual data to support this subjective impression, but from the data that Marc Guigon showed before, I believe this is something that is repeating on different scales across many different cities. On the other hand, we have a shift towards remote work, towards flexible work schedules that may or may not reduce the need for people to move around, or at the very least to smooth out the rush hours and the time of the day that people need to move around in cities. So this is another thing that changed. And also, during the time that there were restrictions to the people's movements, many cities took the opportunity to actually redistribute public space in what is called tactical urbanism. So, and this is why pop-up cycle lanes and cycle paths showed up across many streets and avenues in many cities. And even if you can't make a profound redesign of the public space, at least many cities took the opportunity to reserve space to make that redesign in the future and to redistribute public space from the automobile to other uses, cycling, walking, just staying and enjoying this living in the city. The big question is which of these effects are lasting and which ones are ephemeral. So we don't know how long the loss of confidence in public transport will last. And I would say it is our job as policymakers and as stakeholders to reassure people, as Marc said very well, try to reassure people to regain their confidence in public transport. We also don't know if the change in the work patterns from companies will be permanent or not. There are a few companies that are signaling that they will make some of the changes permanent, but others are slowly coming back to the old 9 to 5 work schedule and with everyone in the office. And also there have been some cases of tactical urbanism operations that have actually been reversed. Some places where new cycle paths that were created have created some resistance and have created some protests, and the authorities have actually been forced to reverse them. There is a very known case in London, in High Street, Kensington, where there was a very used cycle path that was simply removed after a few months. And so another key point I would like to make here, and many of the panelists, both in this and in the previous panel, more even in the previous panel, have talked about digitalization and the role of technology. And maybe this is a bit controversial, but maybe it will bring up some questions and comments. I would like to put forward the idea that the role of technology is not unlimited. On the one hand, digitalization is not a good in and of itself. Digitalization can be an opportunity to increase the efficiency of many processes, to increase the efficiency of logistical chains, but also it can make things worse. Just yesterday, there was a new study that came up in the news showing that ride-sharing services, things like Uber, Lyft, etc., may actually, and against previous expectations, may actually be worse from an environmental point of view than using private cars, because they increase congestion, they increase just idle cars running around with no people, and it challenges the previous assumption that people would simply give up owning their own cars in favor of using these ride-sharing capabilities. And also, on the other hand, technology-based decarbonization has its limits. For example, actually creating a zero-emission plane, and here I'm talking zero-emission from tank to wheel, not considering the well to tank part of the chain. Creating a zero-emission plane will be extremely challenging. There are ideas for battery small planes and for hydrogen large planes, but this is something I'm not very optimistic about. Also, there is, and as Edward just very clearly explained, there is no such thing as a zero-emission vehicle. So when you have to consider, on the one hand, the well-to-wheel cycle of the fuel or of the energy source of the vehicle, but you also have to consider the production in the life cycle of the vehicle itself. So the materials that are used to produce it, the energy consumption in its production, and also then the end of its life, its disposal and eventual recycling, etc. And so there are, for example, about electric cars, there are many studies that show that electric cars can be anywhere from 50% to 90% better than a fossil fuel vehicle. So it's almost always better, but it's not a true zero. There is no such thing as a zero impact mobility with no matter how much technology you put into it. So at the end of the day, we really must aim for modal shift if we want to make mobility more sustainable. And bearing this in mind, the last key idea I would like to leave is that the key in urban areas is really city design, where you design neighborhoods and you design streets so that not only you reduce the need for the car if people have all the services they need within walking or cycling radius of their own homes, and if they have public transport and public transport hubs within walking distance of their homes, and then you can start to design streets to make more room for cycling, for walking, for just staying, and for just enjoying, and for just living. One quick word to end about urban logistic. I've been talking mostly about people, mobility of people, but there is a similar and challenge with urban logistics, where it is currently almost fully based on automobiles, on vans and trucks running around the cities, and we need to find solutions that are emerging with micro logistics centers and with small electric vehicles or cargo bikes so that we can redesign our urban logistics. So I would leave you with these 4.5 ideas, and I hope this makes a few questions come up. Thank you.
Merci, Monsieur Francisco. Nous prenons note de ces 4 idées et demie principales, en tant que principalement la restructuration de la mobilité urbaine, en tant que une adaptation à ces nouveaux patrons de vie et en profitant l'importance des nouveaux systèmes de mobilité, en tant concrètement les vélos, le covoiturage, etc., etc. Et aussi la redistribution de l'espace urbain en profitant ce que vous avez appelé l'urbanisme tactique. Vous avez aussi parlé de la technologie et de la digitalisation, citant qui n'est pas la solution à tous les problèmes, qu'il peut aider, mais qu'il faut l'utiliser de façon efficace. Vous avez parlé aussi de la décarbonisation en tant qu'avec un optimisme limité, qui, étant donné qu'il n'existe pas les véhicules à zéro émission, et finalement, vous avez parlé de la conception la nouvelle conception des villes, qui doit avoir de la disponibilité des services à proximité et aussi chercher des solutions pour la distribution urbaine des marchandises. beaucoup de sujets qu'après on essaiera de développer plus en profondeur et de discuter. Et maintenant, on va passer au dernier panéliste. Il est M. Moustapha El Kayat, président de l'Association marocaine pour la logistique, AMLOC. En plus, il est membre et président de la commission formation de l'Union maritime pour la Méditerranée. Il est aussi professeur dans plusieurs universités en France et au Maroc. Il a publié plusieurs articles, a coordonné la publication de plusieurs livres et contribué à plusieurs rapports nationaux et internationaux sur la logistique de transport. Il a eu un rôle relevant pour la recherche, l'enseignement et la formation de la logistique dans les universités marocaines. Et il a été auparavant responsable dans plusieurs entreprises du domaine maritime et logistique. Maintenant, on va donner la parole à M. Moustapha Al-Kayat, docteur en droit privé de l'Université Panthéon-Assas. Monsieur El-Kayat, vous avez la parole. 10 minutes, s'il vous plaît.
Bonjour. Moi aussi, je n'ai pas de slides, mais j'ai des points de réflexion beaucoup plus sur le domaine qui nous intéresse. C'est l'occasion aussi pour rencontrer mon ami Edouard, avec qui on a travaillé sur les autoroutes de la mer. Alors, je reprends, le dernier intervenant a fait presque poser des questions pertinentes sur le vrai problème de la logistique et de l'environnement et de la durabilité. Il faut qu'on s'en pose la question. Parce que moi, j'ai ce qu'on appelle un aperçu sur la logistique verte au Maroc, mais j'ai dit peut-être ça, je peux vous l'envoyer, mais c'est beaucoup plus l'occasion pour discuter des points clés et qui sont des points pertinents. Je me pose la question sur déjà, parce que lorsqu'on parle dans un écosystème, quel mode de développement, quel type de développement on veut? Est-ce qu'on veut pour la consommation et pour la croissance économique illimitée, etc. Alors là, on rentre en contradiction avec toutes les stratégies de ce qu'on appelle le développement durable. Parce qu'il y a un débat actuellement académique qui se pose entre ceux qui sont pour la croissance économique et ceux pour la décroissance. Lorsqu'on parle de décroissance, ça ne veut pas dire de retour à l'âge de pierre, ça veut dire de maîtriser les choses pour avancer sans coût externe. Alors c'est pour ça que j'ai posé, parce que comment il s'appelle, Frédéric Rigaud, il a posé la macro-logistique. J'ai fait une recherche sur la macro-logistique, parce que tous les gens qui s'intéressent à la logistique s'intéressent à la micro-logistique et probablement à la logistique, ce qui concerne ce qu'on appelle la mésologistique. Mais la macro-logistique, c'est-à-dire celle qui est au niveau macroéconomique, échappe à tout ce qu'on appelle recherche poussée et qui pose des problèmes. Pourquoi j'ai posé la macroécologie? Parce que le problème de nuisance et de la pollution sont ce qu'on appelle produits, mais qui ne sont pas des produits marchandises qu'on peut négocier au niveau d'un marché. Est-ce que les gens qui sont touchés par la nuisance ou par la pollution peuvent être récompensés? On retourne à cette thèse qu'on appelle le pollueur payant. Ça veut dire que vous pouvez polluer si vous avez la capacité et vous allez le payer. Donc, ce qui va encore accentuer le problème par rapport à la réalité qu'on cherche. Alors, c'est pour ça que je peux vous donner un exemple. La pollution de la logistique dans un petit pays comme le Maroc dépasse 10% de la pollution dans sa globalité. Si on ajoute le transport routier et tous les autres, ce qu'on appelle le secteur annexe, on peut dépasser 20%. Et par conséquent, c'est un challenge pour l'autorité publique parce que le problème de la logistique et de la pollution et de l'environnement a été pris au sérieux. Il y a même une stratégie de ce qu'on appelle le développement durable dans le domaine de la logistique. Ça, c'est ce qu'on appelle la stratégie. Mais la réalité, elle est beaucoup plus complexe. Tout à l'heure, lorsque mon collègue qui a parlé du chemin de fer, l'intermodalité, il y a beaucoup de discours sur l'intermodalité, sur le choix entre modes de transport, que de prendre le routier, de transférer vers le ferroviaire, mais dans la réalité, on ne la voit pas. Pourquoi? Parce qu'il n'y a pas une politique réelle et une politique sérieuse pour trouver des solutions pour faire ce transfert. Sur les autoroutes de la mer, mon ami le sait, il y a des expériences réussies, mais il y a des échecs à ce niveau-là. Pourquoi? Parce que ceux qui sont en amont et en aval n'adhèrent pas à cette logique et par conséquent rentrent dans le problème des conflits d'intérêts et ce qu'on appelle des relations ce qu'on appelle les avantages acquis maintenant et pas ceux de demain, parce que comme le dit Keynes, après, à long terme, nous serons tous morts. Et il y a des gens qui ont cette logique dans leur esprit. Mais, donc c'est pour ça qu'on revient au problème de développement durable. Je peux vous donner à titre d'exemple. On a fait une recherche que j'ai publiée sur le développement durable en Méditerranée, sur toute la pollution des hydrocarbures. Et je peux vous donner des détails sur notre le passage à partir de Gibraltar. On est 30% du trafic mondial passe par la Méditerranée, 20% des hydrocarbures, sans parler des émissions de déchets, etc., avec tout un ensemble de conventions, PAM, etc. Mais il faut vraiment avoir une police permanente qui va prendre le coup de tout ça. Et je reviens au problème de la durabilité dans le domaine de la logistique. Il y a un concept maintenant qui se développe. Vous savez, les villes vertes, etc. On a fait un travail sur le dernier kilomètre lorsqu'on avait, parce que toutes les marchandises, lorsqu'ils arrivent à la ville, leur coût était très bas. Dès qu'il y a à la périphérie de la ville, on commence à se poser le dernier kilomètre, combien il va causer. Parce que là, dans la circulation urbaine, il y a la circulation des personnes qui côtoient la circulation des marchandises. Et il n'y a pas ce qu'on appelle une gestion optimale. Comment faire que les deux types de circulation se côtoient sans provoquer ce qu'on appelle des embouteillages et des nuisances, etc. Et là, c'est des recherches qui doivent être posées. Je peux vous dire, comme je reviens au dernier intervenant, moi aussi j'ai constaté pendant la période d'1 an et demi, il y avait moins de circulation dans une ville comme la ville de Casablanca, la plus grande ville du Maroc, où il y a plus de 4 millions d'habitants. Et maintenant, lorsque les choses ont commencé à revenir, l'embouteillage, la circulation intense, etc. Donc, qu'est-ce qu'on peut tirer comme conclusion? Parce que je ne peux pas rester... moi, je me pose simplement des questions. Qu'est-ce qu'on peut tirer comme conclusion? Au niveau de la logistique elle-même, il faut une politique volontaire de des responsables à laquelle adhèrent les intervenants, les parties prenantes. Moi, je reviens sur la théorie des parties prenantes. Les parties prenantes sont très complexes. Ils ont des intérêts des fois contradictoires. Il faut savoir comment les arriver à discuter autour d'un problème qui nous concerne tous. Et au niveau de la logistique, je prends le cas de la logistique, d'encourager l'externalisation de la logistique et la mutualisation. Mais comment? Parce que vous ne pouvez pas convaincre une petite entreprise et une moyenne entreprise d'envoyer ses activités logistiques à l'extérieur sans avoir un problème de confiance et de crédibilité et culturelle. Et qui va faire ça? On a dit qu'il faut faire des clusters. Nos amis de CETMO, moi j'ai travaillé avec Asiman et tout, on a fait même des études sur les clusters logistiques au Maroc, en Tunisie, en Algérie. Le résultat, je peux vous le dire, est zéro. Il n'y a pas de cluster et on est resté au point de départ. Ça veut dire qu'il n'y a pas un consensus qui réunit les parties prenantes. Au Maroc, ils sont en train de faire un effort avec ce qu'on appelle l'Agence marocaine pour le développement de la logistique, qui essaye, c'est une agence publique, qui essaye de regrouper les parties prenantes, en particulier les prestataires de services logistiques et les chargeurs. Mais c'est pas facile. Et aussi pour essayer de trouver des zones d'activité logistique pour ce qu'on appelle massifier le trafic, pour éviter des va-et-vient inutiles, des coûts de transport et des coûts de pollution, etc. Mais le foncier est un handicap pour cette agence, parce que le foncier appartient au privé, et par conséquent, les terrains pour faire des zones d'activité logistique, c'est pas aussi évident. Donc, je me suis permis de vous poser certains problèmes qui méritent, parce que l'Institut, moi j'ai travaillé avec l'Institut à Barcelone sur des thèmes particuliers, c'est des thèmes qui vont s'aggraver avec maintenant le post-Covid, parce qu'on dit que la numéralisation, la robotisation et ce qu'on appelle les big data, etc., c'est ce qu'on appelle des nouvelles technologies. Et on oublie le côté humain. Qui va assimiler ces technologies et qui va les accepter? Vous savez combien dans la logistique au Maroc du secteur informel? On a fait des recherches. On a à peu près 45% de la logistique, je parle de la logistique entre guillemets, dans l'informel. Des entrepôts sauvages, des prestataires de services logistiques qui sont dans l'informel, avec même de transport non mécanisé, etc., etc. Et donc, c'est pas aussi évident de dire, ah tiens, on va, la partie la plus moderne pour la logistique dans un pays comme le Maroc, c'est celle qui est destinée pour l'international et pour la grande distribution. Et je m'arrête là.
Merci, Monsieur El Kayat, pour ces réflexions très intéressantes, des idées qui souhaitent confronter les modèles de développement avec la durabilité et la relation qu'il y a entre eux. Les concepts que l'idée du pollueur payant peut être une discrimination entre les acteurs de la logistique, en tant que ceux qui ont de l'argent puissent se permettre de polluer. Aussi l'idée de l'intermodalité où il manque, vous avez souligné qu'il manque une politique réelle pour les changements. Et l'idée, finalement, deux autres idées, comme l'idée des villes vertes, où il manque une gestion optimale, et la difficulté pour impliquer tous les parties prenantes dans la logistique pour arriver à des résultats optimaux et efficaces pour la logistique dans les pays du sud de la Méditerranée. Alors, jusqu'ici, ces premiers tours de table pour présenter quelques idées. C'est vrai que nous avons des sujets vraiment très différents. On a parlé de transport ferroviaire, on a parlé de logistique, on a parlé des transports urbains, mais il y a des points en commun et des participants ont déjà mis quelques questions que je vais vous transmettre tout de suite. Par exemple, et après, si quelqu'un, je vais mettre la question, et s'il y a quelqu'un qui souhaite répondre, n'hésitez à lever la main et on va donner la parole. On nous a demandé si la législation sont déjà adaptées pour inciter à la décarbonisation. On connaît que dans le côté européen, la Commission a proposé la loi sur les Green Deal les mois juillet 2021. Mais c'est vrai que pour cette application ne viendra jusqu'à les années prochaines. On a certains ans pour arriver pour leur application réelle. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'elle doit faire les pays maintenant? Et dans le cas du pays du Maghreb, est-ce qu'il y a des législations spécifiques pour inciter à cette décarbonisation, ou il y a des recommandations, il y a des preuves pilotes qui devront avancer vers des lois plus à l'avenir? Il y a quelqu'un d'entre vous souhaite prendre la parole? Ok, Monsieur Kayat, vous avez la parole.
Je dis en connaissance du cas du Maroc, il y a toute une législation qui maintenant, il y a des lois pour l'environnement, il y a des lois spécifiques que pour l'environnement, qui définissent qu'est-ce qu'on entend par la pollution, qu'est-ce qu'on entend par d'autres types d'effets externes négatifs au niveau de cet environnement. Quel est le responsable? Quelles sont les décisions qui doivent être prises par rapport à ces responsables? Le problème, c'est que ce n'est pas question simplement de loi. Parce que lorsqu'on fait une loi, il faut des décrets d'application. Il faut ce qu'on appelle des institutions qui sont capables de faire exécuter ces décisions. Et ce n'est pas aussi facile dans un environnement qui n'a pas encore ce qu'on appelle une perception du problème de l'environnement d'une manière culturelle à l'intérieur de l'humain. Et donc, ça demande beaucoup de temps. Les lois sont là, mais leur application, ça va demander beaucoup de temps. Je reviens au problème maritime. Vous parlez de la décarbonisation. Il y a récemment un accord au sein de l'ONU pour essayer de réglementer quels sont les navires et quelles sont les conditions dans lesquelles doivent être utilisés d'ici 2025 en donnant même des classifications des navires, quels sont les navires qui ont respecté, d'autres qui ne respectent pas, etc., pour essayer de réduire. Parce que vous savez, la pollution des navires, d'après l'ONU, 2,5% de la carbonisation à l'échelle mondiale est causée par le domaine maritime. Donc, c'est pour essayer de réduire ça. Ils ont fait d'une manière ce qu'on appelle technique, d'identifier les navires qu'il faut commencer à contrôler et de les classer, et aussi au niveau de l'organisation. Donc, il y a mais le problème, c'est que l'OMI fait adhérer un certain nombre de pays, mais l'application au sein de chaque pays, les pays sont souverains. Ça demande beaucoup de temps. Il y a des intérêts en jeu. Si un pays commence à appliquer pour des navires même étrangers dans son port, il risque de se trouver avec des navires qui ne viennent pas ou qui vont, au niveau de l'affrètement, ils vont demander ce qu'on appelle un taux de fret beaucoup plus important parce qu'il y a des risques d'un contrôle, etc. Vous voyez ce que je veux dire? C'est-à-dire, tant qu'on n'a pas une prise de décision collective et rigoureuse, on aura beaucoup de difficultés pour aboutir à réduire ce problème de la carbonisation.
You are muted.
Excuse-moi. Bien, Monsieur Edouard Rodez, vous avez levé la main, je crois.
Oui, je voudrais, premier de tout, faire une chose que je crois que c'est important. Je crois qu'après de la réunion de Paris, qu'on a parlé de les actions pour le climat, le concept de que celle-ci qui pollue paye, c'est pas quelque chose qu'on peut accepter. Ça, c'est le problème qu'on a eu à Paris, c'est que on n'accepte pas que si tu payes, tu peux faire de la pollution. Ça, c'est non, ça, c'est une chose qu'on doit changer complètement la mentalité. C'est pas comme ça. On n'accepte pas que si tu payes, tu peux faire la contamination. Ça, c'est pas un principe. C'est vrai que la Commission européenne a dit, celle-ci qui utilise, il paye, celle-ci qui pollue, il paye, mais après la réunion de Paris, ça c'est quelque chose que vraiment on a arrêté de dire ça, et je pense que tous on doit changer la mentalité avec ça. Je pense que c'est très, très important. La seconde chose, je suis complètement d'accord avec M. Al-Kayat, et moi je veux déclarer que moi je suis dans la position que je parle toujours de progrès. J'essaie d'éviter, et je le dis, de croissance. Je crois plus que la solution pour faire de l'emploi doit passer pour like a race, growing and growing and growing and growing. This is not possible. Let me switch to English because my French is not enough to explain that. So I think that this is something which is quite important. And in relation with the legislations, the adaptation of the legislation is quite difficult. And let me put you an example. The legislation in Spain was trying to incentivize the clean vessels, okay? And we give rebates on the taxes to the clean vessels in the port. The legislator was thinking on the LNG vessels. And Grimaldi, in a modification of the vessels, they put batteries inside the vessels for the time of the vessel being in port. So, in fact, the vessels of Grimaldi, the pollution in port was zero. And in fact, you can see the vessels, it puts zero emissions in port. So zero emissions. They were not able to take the rebates because this was not in the legislation. So, I mean, there is something also that will happen in the coming years, that it's how to adapt the evolution of technology to the implementation of this kind of policies, because it's not clear. So we use, and we tend, and it's normal, to apply what we know, but always someone comes with something new, which is not in the, let's say, is not foreseen previously. So it will take time, and it's let's say a way to walk. No, it's we will not have solutions for everything, and the point for me is to have the flexibility to make the effort to adapt the legislation to everything which happens in this domain, which will be crazy. So, because as I explained, with so many solutions going on, and I don't think, I always say that this is the VUCA world, no? Volatile, uncertain, complex, and ambiguous. We will not have certainties to go on. We'll have a lot of choices, and we'll have to fight, let's say, to take our decisions, and never will be a clear decision. You will have to take one against others. That's what I wanted to explain, Enrique.
Merci, Monsieur Rodel. Je ne sais pas si Monsieur Hiron ou Monsieur Francisco souhaitent intervenir, ou nous passons à notre parole, notre question. Monsieur Hiron, oui. Je crois que vous souhaitez dire quelque chose.
Oui,
allez-y.
Oui, bon, je ne parlerai pas forcément de législation, mais plusieurs d'entre vous ont parlé du Green Deal européen. Et dans le Green Deal européen, il y a une partie qui concerne la grande vitesse ferroviaire, puisque je parle du ferroviaire, et en particulier le doublement du trafic ferroviaire à grande vitesse en Europe à l'horizon 2030. C'est énorme, un doublement, et 2030, c'est très court. Donc, ça nécessite à la fois un certain nombre de choses qui sont à la fois des investissements dans les infrastructures, c'est clair, mais aussi la meilleure utilisation des infrastructures, mais aussi d'avoir une certaine concurrence entre les entreprises ferroviaires sur un certain nombre de lignes. C'est que quand on regarde ce qui se passe en Espagne, c'est ce qui en ce moment, ce qui s'est passé en Italie, ça a permis de faire grossir de manière globale, je pourrais dire, le gâteau ferroviaire. Et puis globalement, chacun y trouve son compte. Si on prend l'Afrique du Nord, les pays qui nous intéressent dans cette assemblée, on pourrait, pourquoi pas, envisager des politiques qui sont du même genre. Quand on voit donc la ligne à grande vitesse entre Tanger et Kenitra au Maroc, puisque Monsieur El Kayat est de là-bas, si j'ai bien compris. Quand vous voyez ce qui est en train de se faire en Égypte, aussi sur la grande vitesse, et puis probablement dans d'autres pays en Afrique, et aussi la vision, le projet qui s'appelle la vision 2063 des chemins de fer dans l'ensemble du continent africain. Je pense qu'on peut on peut avoir quelque chose qui est soutenable et qui peut être soutenu aussi par l'Union africaine.
Merci, M. Guéron. On va donner la parole maintenant à M. Francisco. Allez-y, vous avez la parole.
Okay, thank you. Just to comment on some of the things that my colleagues have said, and I agree with all of them, but just to pick up on some of the topics. So first, talking about legislation, many countries have been, most countries in Europe, and I would assume North Africa, will have well-developed environmental legislations. But in the last few years, some countries have been approving what are called climate laws. But these climate laws sometimes are only declarative. So they simply set out goals for reduction in emissions until 2030 or 2050 without really telling us how we need to achieve those goals and what happens if we are not able to achieve them. So I would argue that this kind of legislation is not really useful. So and going a bit into what Mr. El Kayat was saying. Another point about the polluter pays principle, I also agree that you shouldn't look at it from the standpoint that if you pay, you can pollute. And I think an example to illustrate this is an article that I read just before this session about a study that shows that half of all air travel emissions are generated by only 1% of the world's population. There is 1% of super emitters that are most of them also on the 1% richest people in the world. And that most likely, if you make them pay for their pollution, they will not be very sensitive to the increased cost, and they will keep on going with their lives and with their air travel. So sometimes by introducing these kind of principles, you are not necessarily targeting the worst polluters, but are targeting perhaps the people that have only just the money to travel by airplane once a year. And so we also need to look at the social effect of these kinds of measures, and not always be targeting the ones that are just able to travel by airplane, that were the one that was just able to buy his first car, while we keep the people that contribute the most to the emissions untouched. And so I would like to just leave these two comments, and thank you.
Monsieur El Kayat, s'il vous plaît, vous avez la parole.
Oui, je veux simplement vous dire, si mes collègues veulent, il y a un recueil des lois sur la protection de l'environnement qui est publié par le ministère concerné des mines et de l'énergie, que je peux vous mettre à votre disposition. Mais je reviens aussi dans le domaine ferroviaire, parce qu'il y a une loi en préparation sur la séparation comme ce qui se passe en Europe, de la partie infrastructure et la partie mobile, c'est-à-dire pour permettre par la suite à d'autres opérateurs de rentrer dans le marché de transport ferroviaire. Parce que le TGV dont parlait mon collègue, il va partir il y a des travaux qui vont commencer à Casablanca jusqu'à Marrakech et par la suite jusqu'à Agadir pour faire ce qu'on appelle le prolongement de TGV. Mais je reviens sur une proposition avant de conclure du côté économique, parce que j'ai fait une recherche sur vous voyez ce qu'on appelle le calcul économique public, toutes ce qu'on appelle les théories des avantages comparatifs avec les shadow price qu'on essaie qu'on a fait pour le choix des projets d'infrastructures, etc. Moi, j'ai dit pourquoi ne pas faire une transposition de l'avancement de ce type de recherche pour le calcul économique dans le domaine de la logistique, dans le domaine de la logistique durable, ce qui va nous permettre de détecter tout ce qui n'est pas marchand et qui est invisible par rapport un entrepreneur ou à un décideur au niveau de... donc, on va voir le vrai coût de la logistique. Ce n'est pas celui, comme me le dit au Maroc, ça coûte 20% du PIB. Peut-être on va le trouver beaucoup plus élevé que ça. Merci.
Merci, Kayat, merci beaucoup. Je crois que nous avons 5 minutes de plus pour notre débat, pour allonger notre débat. Si certains entre les participants doivent partir, pas de problème, ne vous inquiétez pas. On va suivre quelques minutes. Et il y a beaucoup de questions sur la question de la durabilité. Il y a un participant qui nous demande ici quel doit être le coût que les citoyens devront payer, surtout dans les sud, dans les processus de transition vers des systèmes de transport plus durables. Il se demande si ça comportera une diminution de la mobilité pour les personnes ou comment on peut compenser cette adaptation afin que les citoyens souffrent les moins possible ou ils ont des moins des effets négatifs. Est-ce qu'il y a quelques actions qu'on pourrait faire ou considérer afin de faciliter cette adaptation pour les citoyens? Ou cette adaptation à la durabilité, il n'aura pas d'impact négatif pour les citoyens? Qu'est-ce que vous en pensez? Oui, merci El-Kayat.
Si j'ai bien compris, parce que cette personne pose le problème de... c'est-à-dire si on applique une politique de durabilité et quels seraient les coûts, qui va supporter le coût de cette durabilité dont parmi les usagers de transport en général et de transport, je dis, public en particulier. Et peut-être dans la question, si j'ai bien compris, peut-être même les zones marginalisées qui n'ont pas suffisamment de moyens de mobilité. C'est un sujet très complexe, hein, parce que ça relève de la politique publique. Et est-ce que l'État ou les institutions parallèles à l'État sont prêts à prendre en charge ce qu'on appelle cet écart entre le prix du marché et le prix social? Parce que lorsqu'on touche le transport, et surtout le transport social, c'est comme on touche le pain et les autres, ce qu'on appelle éléments indispensables pour le panier de la ménagère. C'est-à-dire, si le coût de transport est très élevé, c'est pour ça que je vous donne un exemple. Pourquoi le transport informel se développe très développé au Maroc? Parce que le coût de transport informel est vraiment plus bas que le transport formel, avec ses conséquences, bien sûr, au niveau de la qualité, au niveau des risques, au niveau des accidents, etc. Mais ça montre que, pas seulement au Maroc, pas ailleurs, que les autorités n'arrivent pas à faire ce qu'on appelle un transport formel au prix coûtant. Parce que c'est mieux de laisser le transport informel se développer pour permettre à certaines catégories sociales de faire la mobilité de ce qu'on appelle de lieux de travail à domicile ou de milieu rural alors ce qu'on appelle les marchés, etc. Et c'est comme ça que ce problème de l'équité et pour la mobilité reste posé, à mon avis.
Excuse-moi, une autre fois. Oui, ces questions présentent des sujets intéressants sur la convivence entre les transports informels et les transports formels. Mais aussi, il y a une question concernant une approche qu'on pourrait considérer. Est-ce que, étant donné que la mise en place des transports durables n'est pas une question de d'aujourd'hui pour demain, il sera une question qui portera beaucoup plus de temps. Est-ce que cette adaptation représentera une perte de mobilité pour les citoyens parce qu'il y aura moins de voitures dans les villes, il y aura moins de services de transport afin de cumplir, de cumplir avec les objectifs de durabilité. Est-ce que où les citoyens n'auront aucun impact dans ces processus d'adaptation à un transport plus durable?
Si je peux me permettre de répondre, enfin de donner un avis, pas de répondre, de donner un avis par rapport à cette question, je dirais c'est l'inverse qui va se passer, c'est totalement l'inverse. L'objectif n'est pas la perte de mobilité, l'objectif est de permettre à des modes de transport plus respectueux de l'environnement de se développer. Ça ne veut pas dire que ça tue les autres modes de transport. En prenant le mode de transport ferroviaire, le fait d'avoir un meilleur service client, le fait d'avoir un meilleur ticketing, c'est-à-dire le fait d'avoir de la billetterie intégrée entre les modes de transport, en particulier entre le ferroviaire et l'urbain et entre le ferroviaire et l'aérien, le fait d'améliorer les choses attire plus de monde, évidemment, dans le domaine ferroviaire, parce que c'est l'objectif pour lequel on fait tous ces développements. Et donc, c'est pas pour ça que ça diminue la mobilité, bien au contraire, parce que ça donne une autre opportunité de mobilité aux voyageurs qui veulent prendre des modes de transport. Je pense que on va au contraire vers un accroissement de la qualité de la mobilité.
Ok, merci, M. Guigon. Et je crois que M. Francisco souhaite ajouter quelques idées. Allez-y.
Yes, just a quick remark about this topic, and I completely understand the concern that a shift towards not a shift, but if we are going with policies that will penalize the less sustainable modes of transport without the corresponding investment in the more sustainable modes of transport, people can actually have their lives made worse, and there is actually the risk that people will have their mobility made more difficult. Let me just give an example. One policy that is often called for in some European cities and that was implemented in London is a kind of a congestion charge or a tax to drive into the city. But if you start thinking about it, this policy is actually socially regressive, because the people that can't afford, people that need to drive into the city to work are the people that can't afford to live in the center because housing is too expensive. And you can argue that you will then use the revenue from this charge to build up the public transport systems, but it takes 5, 8, 10 years after you impose the charge until those investments actually start to take place. So the investment you need to make to develop, and talking specifically about urban transport, but we could be talking about long distance transport, the investment that you need to make in infrastructure is a barrier to this transition, and to make this transition painless for everyone, especially those that are less well off.
Ok, merci beaucoup pour votre idée, Monsieur Francisco. Maintenant, je suis désolé, nous avons d'autres questions, mais je crois que nous sommes déjà dans l'heure de finir cette session du séminaire. Je souhaiterais finir avec certaines idées clés qui ont paru lors du séminaire, lors de cette session, excuse-moi. On a parlé de le caractère social qui peut avoir le chemin vers la durabilité, mais qu'il faut investir sur les services clients et l'intégration des services entre les modes de transport afin que cette implication sur les citoyens soit les moins compliquées possibles. On a parlé aussi qu'il manque, on a cité l'idée qu'il y a un manque de législation effective dans certains cas qui nous aide à mettre en place la législation proposée pour les institutions européennes, par exemple. Et sur les autres questions, on a aussi parlé sur qu'on doit abandonner l'idée de ce qui du pollueur payant, afin de chercher des idées qui bénéficient ou qui englobent toute la population, tous les usagers du transport. Et finalement, je souhaiterais remercier tous les participants pour votre intervention dans cette session. Vous avez partagé des idées très intéressantes et c'est dommage qu'on ne puisse pas suivre. Mais je vous invite à suivre cette séminaire de Medthink 5+5 demain matin à 10h moins quart avec deux autres sessions qui je crois qui seront très, très intéressantes aussi. Merci beaucoup. Finalement, je souhaite finir vous remerciant la participation aux panélistes, toutes ces personnes qui nous ont suivis à travers les Zoom, mais aussi aux interprètes pour son travail. Merci beaucoup. Nous nous retrouvons demain matin à 10h moins les cartes. Merci beaucoup.
Merci, à demain.
Merci.